to order at 5:03. I'll go for roll call. Carla Torres de Luna is absent this evening. Lisa Marks present. Kathy Toasty.
Here.
Elizabeth Martinez.
Here.
Jan Grist.
Present.
Okay, great. Do we have any public comments for closed session?
I don't see any.
Is anybody on the phone?
Nope.
Okay, great. So we're going to go ahead and convene to closed session.
I make a motion that we convene a closed session.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, we're going to go to closed session. Thank you.
Here, right?
Yeah.
Excellent, okay.
Welcome back.
Or do you-
We are
Yeah,
now
just-
convening to open session at 6:04. Can someone lead us in flag salute?
I'll do that. Okay. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, the next thing on the agenda is community and student staff recognition. Do we have any?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Seven, sorry about that. Okay, the Hollister School District Board of Trustees will recognize September 15th, 2022 through October 15th, 2022 as National Hispanic Heritage Month. I will read the resolution. Resolution number 13:2223. Recognizing September 15th, 2022 through October 15th, 2022 as National Hispanic Heritage Month. Whereas the Hollister School District recognizes every year from September 15th to October 15th as National Hispanic Heritage Month and appreciates the community's history, heritage, and contributions of the ancestors of American citizens who came from Mexico, Spain, the Caribbean, and South and Central America, and whereas Hispanic Heritage Month was first introduced by Congressman George E. Brown in 1968. With the Civil Rights Movement, the need to recognize the contributions of the Latin community gained traction in the 1960s, and awareness of the multicultural groups living in the United States was simultaneously growing. And whereas Congressman Brown's aim was to recognize the integral roles of the Hispanic communities in American history. Observation of Hispanic Heritage Week started in 1968 under President Lyndon B. Johnson and later extended to a 30-day celebration by President Ronald Reagan starting on September 15 and ending on October 15. It was enacted into law on August 17, 1988, and whereas September 15th is set as the starting date for the month as it is important for many reasons. It is the independence anniversary for Latin American countries El Salvador, Guatemala, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, and Honduras. From here onwards, the Independence Days of Mexico and Chile fall on September 16th and September 18th respectively. Dia de la Raza, or Columbus Day, also falls within this month on October 12th, and now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of the Hollister School District hereby honors National Hispanic Heritage Month and recognizes that Hispanic Americans have been integral to the prosperity of the U.S. Their contributions to the nation are immeasurable, and they embody the best of American values. The Hispanic American community has left an indelible mark on the U.S. culture and economy. So we vote on this? Okay. Do we have to do a motion? A motion. Can I get a motion to approve this resolution?
I'll make a motion that we approve resolution 13-22-23, recognizing September 15th through October 15th as National Hispanic Heritage Month.
Second?
Okay. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, it passes with 4 ayes and 0 noes and 1 absent. I, Lisa Marks, Clerk of the Hollister School District of San Benito County, California, do hereby certify that the foregoing is a full, true, and correct copy of the resolution adopted by the board at this meeting. All right, so we don't have any closed session announcements. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Well, I would like to approve consent item R.
on the agenda. So I'd like to make a motion, how do I do this?
Is it just, what number R?
It is just
12
R,
R,
12R.
12R.
okay.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda except for 12R
For discussion.
for discussion.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. No opposed? So that we go on, right? Public comment. Okay, public comments. Do we have any public comments?
Yes. So I would like to do a quick summary here on board policy 9323 allows each speaker 3 minutes. Members of the public may call in during the board meeting to enter the public comment queue and state their public comment at 630-6320. So we do have a public comment from Jason Haggins.
Good evening, board, superintendent. I want to talk about acquiring and especially retaining young and new teachers. So I want to talk about a few things. I want to talk a little bit about money and a little bit about working conditions, and then a little bit more, considerably more, about evaluations. One of the things I noticed when I was at the new teacher orientation here a couple of months ago, I was struck by a lot of things. But one thing I was struck by the most, I think, was the fact that I was one of the youngest people in the room. And I know what you're thinking. I was very young and I'm very flattered. But I'm going to be 50 in a couple of weeks. And it struck me as odd. I was like, wow. And we know that we're having trouble in our profession. When I look at the landscape of this profession, I am worried about the fact that we're having trouble attracting young teachers, young people out of college to come into teaching, I should say. And so I want to talk about how we can do that how I feel we can do that a little bit better here in the Hollister School District. We know that we have positions unfilled. We know that it's hard to find teachers, substitutes, etc. And I think that obviously, we could talk about pay increase and things like that. And we want to be competitive when we know that cost of living is skyrocketing. And I think that's all pretty self-evident, so I don't want to belabor that a whole lot. I do want to talk a little bit more about evaluations and working conditions, though. When I first started many years ago, I was paid for 40 hours a week or whatever, and I was probably working 45 to 50. It's a lot different now. After many years, I think that 45 is closer to 65. Still paid for 40, but we know that going in, right? And the job has changed a lot, and it's a lot more intensive. And in the sliver of free time we have, we find ourselves doing things like going up to Stanford to visit a student who was injured in a car accident. We find ourselves going to games to support students because we know that it's not an 8 to 4 job. It's not even a 7:30 to 5 job anymore. And we accept that partially because we know how much our students need that and how much they love it. But when it comes to evaluations, I do think I would like the district to use them as a learning opportunity, keeping in mind that as we look at young teachers who have come straight out of college into a pandemic, and then they went straight from dealing with distance learning and all those problems into a post-pandemic world where we're dealing with trauma with students, with parents, even with ourselves and in our own families and colleagues and things. And this has been really difficult. And it's important that we hold on to good people. We have a lot of good young people. And I think that part of that is using the evaluation process as educators. We're educators. We can teach. We can develop young talent and keep them. And I think that's really important at a time when we're having so much trouble finding teachers. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Nicole Falcon.
All right. Good evening, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Sanchez. I hope you're doing well. I'm really glad to hear and see you visiting sites and doing the community meetings and so forth. I know Superintendent Sanchez got to see my classroom and everything. So that's really nice and building morale, because just knowing that we are seen by you is really important. So we appreciate that. Thank you. I heard through the grapevine that some of you noticed the larger class sizes and so forth. And we are continuing to grow as a community as people move here from the Bay Area and so forth. So I just want to remind you guys that California has the largest class sizes in the nation. CTA recommends a maximum of 20 students for the elementary grades. And without the level of intervention that was happening last year, without the elementary PE teachers, it's just teachers, are having even more barriers in their ability to provide targeted intervention. We saw the statistics of our students, and their reading levels are quite low. And we know the one thing that works, a student needs to be able to read for them to be successful at the middle school. So, intervention for literacy is very, very important, because reading opens our world to new worlds. And so we just hope that you consider that a priority. In addition, we hope the board of the district considers more options to attract and retain highly qualified teachers and substitute teachers as well. I used to be a substitute teacher in the Central Valley, where I'm from, so I know how difficult the job is. I'm so glad I'm a teacher now. But a lot of the subs are being used to cover the vacancies, especially like at the comprehensive middle school. I believe we have 4 vacancies. And while I love the former teacher who is the long-term sub for the 8th grade history position at Mays, she is amazing. She could be used in other places, when teachers call in sick, for example. We have a situation where a field trip might be canceled because there's a lot of teachers going to be out that day, and they might not be able to get subs. And we know field trips are like the major highlights for students, that they just don't forget those things. And to be honest, looking at the bell schedule at the comprehensive middle schools, if I were a sub, I'd rather sub at the school that has a lunch that's longer than the half hour and a break that's longer than 10 minutes. Those things matter in attracting folks to work at the schools. So it's kind of no surprise that we're sort of in that situation. It's just one such factor. And I've subbed a few times in the last couple weeks, and we use our prep time really for our kids, because how am I going to plan 3 quality lessons for the different subjects I teach: world history, US history, and art? Answer emails, go through the formative assessments with just 15 minutes before school, 15 minutes after school, of which is used for yard duty. It's really difficult. The burnout's real. I just want to recognize the educators and staff in the district. We know you're working hard, we're working hard, and we're just here for students. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tiffany Bianchi.
Good evening, I'm Tiffany Bianchi, a 4th grade teacher at R.O. Hardin. Been in the district since the dawn of time. My comments are not just for the board and the superintendent, but also our district officials. Please be an active listener, whatever that means for you, but please don't stare at me, as I hate being the center of attention. Also, please know I'm not just here to whine or complain. I'm just here sharing my reality to give you some idea of everyone else's reality. You see, I, much like many others, are close to my breaking point. A few weeks ago, I decided, to track what was happening in my classroom to see if I could identify the issue to come up with a solution. Here's what I discovered throughout my day. I was interrupted 13 times to address restroom needs, 6 times to handle water issues, support 5 hungry students. Thank you so much, Anne, for providing snacks. My students knew I had a snack drawer, but now I have a team filling the snack drawer. 4 nurse referrals, which sounds easy, but that involves questions, more trips to the restroom and water, and finally filling out that nurse referral, which then led to 2 early dismissal phone calls when the parents were finally available to pick up 2 of those students, 1 bowel movement from a student in class, and I forgot the day started with 3 tardies and a forgotten pair of glasses, which required some phone calls. This does not include redirections, clarifications, discipline from break and lunch behaviors. I was shocked. I am a well-seasoned ancient teacher with an arsenal of classroom management at my disposal. This is my 2nd year working with the majority of these kiddos. What on earth is the difference? These students are struggling and are seeking attention and support wherever they can. You see, because of the budget cuts, teachers have been asked to do more with less support, as have our students as a result. A PE teacher was not just to distract my students for 45 minutes twice a week. They, plus the intervention team, including myself and my teammates, provided time to intervene with these kids in small groups at their level, using a costly program and training you provided me with. The PE teacher also provided a positive space with a caring and concerned adult, giving them a positive outlet for their energy. Our counselor is also one less adult supporting our students. You don't realize what you have until it is gone. My students are struggling both academically and emotionally. I'm doing my best to meet their needs, but sadly, I'm only human. As much as I would love to wave a magic wand to meet their needs, I can't. They need more. If I'm struggling, how are new teachers handling this stress? What I'm asking of you is how can you, the district office, provide more for us with less? Have you had a meeting to brainstorm the non-monetary things you can do? Plan for those vacancies in the classroom. Do the lesson planning, not put it on another administrator at the site or another teacher. Fill in for subs, open positions. Many of you are certificated and you can fill in for classified as well. Provide a resource bank of lessons and ideas on how to provide interventions with less, or even volunteer to demo a lesson in class. Remember the days of coaches and resource teachers who helped with this? You have now removed all supports from your teachers, which is supports from your students. And I'm not really complaining, I'm just asking. Think outside the box, but I am kind of complaining.
Thank you. Cheryl Rios is our next speaker.
Good evening, board, and good evening, Superintendent Sanchez. The comments that I wanted to make tonight are going to be a yeah, but. I want to say I attended the SEAL training that was over at Lad Lane on Saturday, and it was amazing. It was very dynamic. It was words of wisdom and practice that we needed to hear. And the key words in it was per diem pay. I can't tell you, I can't count on both of my hands and my feet how many teachers I talked to who said, as soon as I saw per diem, I signed up. That is a way to respect your teachers. We are putting in professional time and work, and we deserve professional pay. So that's the yeah. The but part is, the training included an extra letter in the word in SEL, not just social emotional learning, the social emotional academic learning. And it made a whole lot of sense, but at the same time, it was all to be put on the teacher's plate. Teachers, this is an activity you can do. Teachers, this is a walk through your classroom you should do. Teachers, this is how you should think about your children. Teachers, this is teachers, 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 teachers. It was all good stuff, but as Tiffany said, we are at our breaking point. And as I was sitting there enjoying it, I was thinking, wow, we really should almost dedicate 2 hours a day to doing these kinds of activities with our kids because they are coming off of the pandemic. They're coming off of the distance learning. Our second graders didn't have kindergarten where they learned to sit and learn to play with blocks and learn to be nice and say please and thank you. They didn't learn that. So they're having to learn it now, and it is falling 100% on the shoulders of teachers. One of the key things that they talked about at this training is how important to our brains the feeling of belonging is. Again, we have 25, 30, 32, 34, I have lost track of the number of students that are in the classrooms. How can we give them what their brain needs in terms of being able to feel as if they belong in this classroom? And the belonging is something that I think it would be good for administrators to understand and to think about how they are making their staffs feel a sense of belonging, because I'm not sure it's always there. So, yeah, but thank you very much.
Cheryl, you could stay.
I'm sorry,
I said you could stay. You
Oh,
have a
no,
secondary card.
that's 11.
Oh,
Oh,
that's-
okay,
that's
you want
for another item.
after? Okay.
yes, thank you.
Okay, there's no phone calls, and that's it.
Okay, thank you. Next, we go to item 11A, report on facilities needs assessment.
For this item, we will have contractor Joe Dixon on a Zoom call. Before that, we will have Director of Facilities and Maintenance, Aaron Bezzetta, introduce the topic. Thank you.
I might need a little more than 3 minutes though. So. Good evening, everybody. Welcome tonight. Superintendent Sanchez, Board of Trustees. Hope everybody is well and doing well. I want to start by giving a couple thank yous if I can. I want to thank Superintendent Sanchez for allowing me the opportunity to be able to present tonight to the board allowing the opportunity to do so as well. I can't stand up here without thanking the facility staff, grounds, and maintenance staff that does an exceptional job in taking care of all of our facilities on a daily basis. They even go after hours to take care of issues and items that are in need. So there's certainly individuals that don't need the praise, they don't need the accolades, they don't need to be recognized, but you know, whenever I get the opportunity to do so, I want to do that. So anyways, thanks to them. They do a fantastic job. So before I introduce the speaker this evening, I want to go ahead and talk a little bit about what went into this process briefly. It was months long of a process. The board had asked, as well as Superintendent Sanchez, for the facilities department to conduct a facilities needs analysis. It was basically weeks and weeks of coordination, meetings, getting together with separate certain trades to go onto the sites and walk the sites and look at different trades, different aspects, different components at each one of the facilities. So we attended and looked at every single facility that we have, and our presenter tonight is going to present on, you know, exactly what this team of individuals actually did. And it did take a team. It wasn't the efforts of just one person. It was, again, a coordinated effort and many phone calls, many meetings, many walks and talks. So I want to thank the team for taking the time to drive from all different areas, you know, in the general area here and go to the sites to look at each and every one of them. I want to say a little bit about the speaker who's going to be presenting tonight. I think it's important for the board and for the public to know who this person is and what he's done. So his name is Mr. Joe Dixon. He's a school facility expert, Dixon Smart Schoolhouse, LLC. Mr. Dixon is the former Assistant Superintendent, Facilities and Governmental Relations for the Santa Ana Unified School District. Mr. Dixon served as past chair for the Coalition for Adequate School Housing, CASH, At the federal level, he's the former chair for Californians for School Facilities, successfully advocating for public school programs. Joe served as spokesperson and chair for the Californians for Quality Schools, a partnership between CASH and the California Building Industry Association. Joe has worked with the California Energy Commission and public interest energy research on innovative school energy projects. Mr. Dixon has served as a board member of the Santa Ana Chamber of Commerce, also serving on their Government Affairs Council, as well as a member of the City of Santa Ana Oversight Committee for the successor agency to the former redevelopment agency. Joe taught facilities, maintenance, operations, and transportation at California State University, Fullerton for 11 years. And Mr. Dixon serves as a core instructor in the CASH School Facility Leadership Academy and was the founder of the CASH Maintenance Certification Program. Definitely well-versed, definitely wise, definitely knows his craft. So without further ado, Mr. Joe Dixon.
Thank you, Aaron. All of those things really adds up to one thing. I'm old. I've been doing this stuff a long time. Well, good evening, board and superintendent and audience. I can't see the audience, but good evening to you as well. I want to first start off with, I retired from Santa Ana. I worked in Capistrano also in Santa Ana, in M&O and in facilities for 31 years. I retired 7 years ago. And I've been in a lot of districts all over the state. And I have to say that you're doing a good job with your facilities. I know some of them are older. I know you have portables that are aged, and portables can be a maintenance headache, but Aaron and his team has done a really good job, and I know that takes the support of the board and the superintendent to be able to do that. So overall, it just looks good. But buildings require, after so many years, the state would say 25 years for permanent buildings and 20 years for portables, what we call capital renewal. There are things that need to take place that are really kind of outside of maintenance, routine maintenance, and it requires a substantial investment to bring them back up to where they were originally. Now, I do want to make a caveat before we get into this that, things will change. This was a visual observation. We didn't do any destructive testing. We didn't do any coring. We didn't send cameras down any plumbing. But we feel pretty confident by talking with Aaron and his team and the group of folks, the contractor types, the tradespeople types that went out there, that it's pretty accurate of where we're at. And then I've done a lot of facility master planning and needs assessments. And a lot of times, you'll hire somebody, and I did, and they'll use like Sierra West pricing, and it's never even close to what the actual price is. So what I did is I used actual bid prices off the California Multiple Award Schedule, CMAS, which includes both equipment and labor, although labor is problematic for districts to utilize, but other agencies schools get beat up on this stuff. But it is a true price. It is a true price. And I'll go through some of that with you in just a minute. And then finally, the total cost plus a contingency. So it's CMAS pricing, which is basically turnkey with some exceptions that I'll talk about, is CMAS pricing plus 15% contingency, which really we could say is for unforeseen conditions. So when we open up a wall, open up a ceiling, dig out the asphalt, we might run into things that need to be taken care of. So we put 15% contingency on there. So the total cost plus contingency for the district is $248,105,420, so about $250 million for the capital renewal. Then, because we know things don't take place tomorrow or maybe even next year or the year after, we added a 10% inflation factor to that, just trying to predict what's going to happen next year. we've had escalating prices for the past year and a half, 2 years that are much more than 10%, but lumber's coming down, steel's coming down. Hopefully the labor market stabilizes, we'll see. But we use 10% inflation. So can I share my screen? Okay, let me see if I'm technologically able to do that. Okay, can you see that? Okay, let me go up here. So let's go through, I'll just pick some items out, and I believe the board has the report as well. And I want to save time for questions and answers, of course. Okay. So the first page on here just indicates everything in your district, right? And so I gave you the number about 250 million that didn't include the inflation for the first year. So let's say it takes place in a year, the projects, we add the 10%. You can see what the grand total is, and that you'll see that number on each of these pages here. So that's the cost plus the contingency plus the inflation. So the district office, for example, Troffer lights your lights need to be upgraded or replaced, really. And so if we go across the top, it shows the quantity, the unit of measure, the cost, where I got the CMAS price. Kaya is a purchasing procurement group, the number, and then, the same thing with the labor. And so then you can see it broken down with the total contingency and inflation per year. So the district office, Troffer, by the way, are the 2x4s are LED Troffer lights, basically. Concrete, if we go down to the middle there, concrete POT, that's path of travel improvements. The same kind of thing. We have 7,500 square feet, 38.50 per square foot. And then we just do the math to come out to the $420,000.
I think if we go through the presentation and then ask the questions at the end, we can get through the
So
material.
just make notes
Yeah.
as we're going through, okay.
Okay. So for example, Cerro Vista, 3-inch AC pavement repair. That's all the pavement. We're assuming that base is okay. There could be areas where we need 4 inches, like let's say it's in the parking lot where the cars, the driveways is typically 4/8, perhaps, if you have buses, or 8 being the base. And then the playgrounds could be 2/4, could be 3/4. We just thought go with a 3-inch average is a good way to go. Ornamental fencing replacement, you can see that is at Cerro Vista as well. Again, lighting is all over. Roof repair is so important, and I think you all know you have to have the building envelope has to be sealed. You have to have roofs, windows, siding that doesn't leak. That's just paramount to what we do. What was I gonna go away from there? Okay, let's go to the next one. Pick out a couple. HVAC, we used the industry standard for rooftop is 18 years, 18 to 20 years, I should say, for life expectancy. We also looked at the condition and talked with the maintenance department and came up with a number that needed to be replaced. That's how we came up with rooftop HVAC. And again, we have roof repair at Lad Lane as well. Let's go to the next one. Let me point out on this one that almost to the bottom here, playground pour in place. That's a safety issue for your playground equipment. In place of what's there now, pour in place should last you 15 years, done correctly. So it's a good way. Most districts are now going to pour in place and not doing wood chips or manufactured wood chips, whatever they may be. So that was a safety issue at R.O. Hardin. And actually, it's also ADA compliant. Sunny Slope is a big one. And I'm sure, let me take a couple minutes to explain that here in the middle, the 45 portables. Again, you're doing a great job with the portables. When a portable, however, or any building, when it costs more than 50% to rehab a building, and on a 30-year-old portable, a roof is over 50% of the replacement value, you're supposed to replace them. That's the industry standard. And if you're getting state funds, they'll make you replace. So you have 45 portables at Sunny Slope. So Cube, let me explain what that is. A lot of districts are going with this. It's a pre-engineered steel building, structural steel. So it spans the whole length, and you can put doors and windows wherever you want. It goes up really fast. It's what they call a moment frame. So there's relatively little work on the steel other than holding it together. The welding is minimal. And again, it goes up fast. This price off the CMAS price is completely installed on slab, everything except architect and engineering. You need an architect to place it on the site, and also furniture and equipment if you want to add obviously you want to add furniture and equipment. So that's the price. It's a big ticket, but it's
A question for you though. Unfortunately, the picture that we're looking at, we had a major bond and we remodeled this school site quite extensively. So the picture you're showing us right now does not reflect what you're giving us as far as information. And this is the biggest budget item on tonight's list, but it's not even a true reflection of what we've done and spent on this site. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
okay. Well, and it's reflected in the condition. They look good. I got, this doesn't mean you obviously you have to.
Things there that aren't even there anymore, and there's new buildings that are there. So it's been remodeled and overhauled completely from the map that you're showing us.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll have to pull out the notes later and make sure I make any corrections. I don't know, Aaron, if you had anything on that.
I wanted to bring that to your attention.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. Let me make a note. I did see the site. I'll have to pull it up. I have pictures too.
Where the parking lot next to the multi-purpose room, there's all brand new classrooms there. That
Yeah.
piece of land that you see is empty is all developed.
Yeah.
And then the admin building in front of, right next to the multi-purpose room is all brand new as well. That whole area there was remodeled.
Right. No, your schools look good. I mean, they look good. Going on the 30-year portable replacement schedule is portables are uneconomical to maintain, really, depending on how they're installed. At the state of California said in 2006 at 13 years. We're saying at 30 years just because of the type of construction that they are, and to bring them up to a standard to last another 20, 25 years would cost more than 50% of the replacement value. That's how we arrived at that. So, for example, at Calaveras, you have 9 that are over 30. You have other portables that aren't that old. We just made an assumption at 30 years they need to be replaced. They don't have to be. Go to the next one. And I can start taking questions. This one has more of the HVAC replacement than we talked about earlier. Again, has a lot of lights. The roofs, roofing again is a very important part to keeping your school facilities in good condition. And it's probably, well, without question, it's the highest value asset of a building. Marguerite Mays, same things. You did have some furnaces with a chilled water coil that need to be replaced, and that was a pretty big ticket item as well. Again, 17 portables over 30 years. There's newer portables, but we're using that 30-year idea on all of these. And Rancho San, yes, BART replacements. You had heat pumps. You had 15 of those, and I mean, you had a lot of HVAC needs at this site at the middle school. Again, we had roof repair now. Our general contractor, walked every roof and came up with the condition. ECE, same things as you've seen before. Some wood rot at the bottom, you can see, and painting the school. There's couple of big ticket items at this site. Accelerated achievement, same types of things again. A lot of flooring needs at this site to replace with laminate. A lot of districts are getting away from carpeting and going to some vinyl, some easier to clean surfaces. And then finally, Hollister Prep. Again, we had some roof repair in there. We had some playground as well. So just kind of a quick review. I'm open to any questions I could try to answer.
Does anybody have any questions or comments?
Sorry. Go ahead. Are you sure?
Yeah.
So I think, for me, Mr. Dixon, because I was trying to, I think when we asked about a facilities request or master plan, I don't know what I was trying to picture in my mind, because even with this, I had so many questions, only because roof repair, going even back to the R.O. Hardin, that was another school that we completely overhauled from top to bottom, the roofs, everything. And also Rancho San Justo's an old map as well, so that doesn't incorporate the
The new admin building.
All right. So there's quite a few concerns that I have about the report, because roofs and wood rot, of course, I would want to make sure that just like your own home, you're addressing the areas of concern. And that's been, I think our concern was that the leaky roofs weren't getting addressed, causing the rot, causing the other major problems, the mold and whatnot. But my concern is that when you're saying wood rot repair and you're indicating the whole expanse of the whole school, when I know some of these schools do not need a roof repair completely. Especially like R.O. Hardin, you put roof rot repair 41,678 square feet, and that's the basic dimensions of the whole school. So I'm having a hard time trying to make sense of what you put on here, because as a board, we have to prioritize what is realistic and what is manageable and what is doable year to year to year to year. So we have a plan of what we can actually accomplish and pay for and stay ahead of the game, so we're not going to have the luxury of going out for another bond. So we have to do a lot of this within our capacity and some even in-house, you know. And so those are, you know, like for me, the recess lighting is in my opinion, it's a luxury. If we can update them, great. If we can't, that's not going to take priority over dry rot or leaky roof or other things of that nature. You know, if a pavement is causing injury or harm or it's a liability, definitely. So I think that's what I mean, I know everything is put on here, but I'm having a hard time still conceptualizing the concept of we have to replace every single roof at every single school. I can't understand that concept, and because I don't know where the leaks were, where the pavement is, the AC units that need to be replaced, which ones are in such bad shape that we can't replace the little odds and ends that go out on them. Because Cerro Vista and Calaveras were one of the last schools that we completely overhauled the AC units and or put them in. So again, I guess the ornamental fencing, great if we can do it. But carpeting, I know even years ago, we had a system in place where each school would get a couple classrooms carpeted. And that was a system that we had throughout the district, so that, you know, we could stay ahead of the game and not be to a point where, you know, we have 20 classrooms completely, you know, in bad shape. So I get, you know, and I know I mean, this is what you do for a living. I completely respect that, but I think for me, the deeper understanding, and I don't know how involved our staff was with looking at the final draft to say, oh yeah, that makes sense, or we've seen that, right? Because our maintenance crews, and just like our grounds, are at each site, and they're dealing with these things that have been ongoing for many, many years. And so that was, because I don't know what I do with this at this point, you know, because I know Superintendent Sanchez is going to have to try to figure out a priority from this list, but I don't even understand kind of the parameters of how we're given this information and what is actually really real and what is put on paper. And even, again, some of the designs aren't the newer designs, so I don't know what was looked at or what was truly taken into account, because some of these things, there's some things that are missing as well. Because I know there's probably some things that weren't seen through the drone, you know, the portables that are like butted up next to each other. There's got to be, you know, leaks and rot between them. And, you know, as Mr. Dixon said, you know, portables are only going to live for a length of time. We knew that from the very beginning. And I know our folks have done a tremendous amount of job of removing siding, replacing it, and trying to stay on top of those things. But again, we're trying to make things last as long as they can.
Right.
But there comes a time where we can't manage that anymore. And then the other one that I found that I'm not sure why it was not there was Rancho, San Justo, the sewer? Because you had texted us, I'm surprised it wasn't part of a replacement for that, because I know, has it gotten fixed?
It was fixed.
So there's still not a issue with it having to be turned on manually? So the sewer at Rancho San Justo is completely fixed?
Yes.
Okay.
What are we referring to specifically?
The sewer, the pump that, we had an issue, I know Erica had sent us, over the summer we had
We had a contractor out to address an issue with backed up sewage at one of our schools.
Right.
Joe. I think that if I may jump in, so we have a lot of, I think, questions, and if I can help, I think, to shed some light on some of these things. So we had a team of folks that came out that represented electrical, plumbing, the structural pieces, aspects, the architectural pieces, the roofing pieces, and these were all experts in their field, separate people, along with Mr. Dixon, along with Aaron, along with some of the maintenance staff that met the contractors at the sites for weeks on end, starting in June. What this is a facilities needs assessment. It identifies the current needs that fall within those facilities areas, like the plumbing, the electrical, the roof, and so on. There's other things that we see that potentially are cosmetic. They're not included here. There was also other things that were identified by this report that Aaron with his team, they're able to complete them, and they're not identified here because we will complete those in-house. What's available on these tables that has the pricing attached to it, or the potential pricing, are items that we would have to most likely have a contractor complete. But everything that has been identified that we can do in-house, we've removed from the list because our staff can do that. When we look at the roof repair, for example, and we have a contractor that has walked the roofs of all the schools as they are, anytime from June through July, they've identified the roofs that do need replacements. For example, R.O. Hardin has roof repair because not all of the buildings at R.O. Hardin were modernized. There was only a core section of them that were modernized, but we have portables on the end of R.O. Hardin that haven't been modernized, so that potentially could be where the roof repair exists. The roof repair is needed. So when we look at these things, the experts have identified. I know that some of these visuals are some of the older ones that we had on file, but the sites were walked through. Some of the custodians walked with the contractors and Aaron. I spent some time in meetings with some of the contractors. It's different people that are experts within their fields to help come up with this. A facilities master plan is different than what a facilities needs assessment is. In the superintendent's report, we'll talk about what the next steps are now that we've identified the needs of the district. What's going to happen next? We obviously don't have $250 million to fix everything, but there are some things that we do need to fix, like you said, the roof. There are some spots that we do need to focus on, and I think that is where the next steps will come in to prioritize, like you said. And I think Aaron wanted to jump in.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Superintendent Sanchez. So this, of course, and Joe, you can step in at any time to correct me if I'm wrong, or just help me out a little bit, since you're well versed in this stuff. This is not a master plan. This is not a facilities master plan. It was never intended to be a facilities master plan. That's a 5-year outlook and even beyond that. And of course, to Superintendent Sanchez's point, $250 million is not going to be, cover this in a couple of years, right? This is going to extend out. And, if I may also, the duties of the maintenance and even the ground staff is not to walk with contractors. It's not to go out and meet with contractors. It's not to go out and do any kind of site walk or anything like that. And yes, they do take care of various aspects of the sites. They do an exceptional job, as I said. They do quite a bit. They probably do, you know, more than what even their scope, you know, or expertise would allow. So, you know, and the thing is too is that, you know, I think this is more of a living document, right, Joe? I mean, we got very comprehensive with it. We added a whole lot of stuff to it. We didn't, you know, say this section of the building, that section of the building. It was the entire building. We've been putting Band-Aids on these buildings, especially the portables, for quite some time now. And I call them non-negotiables. The structural aspects, the architectural aspects, the ground site work aspects, the, you know, asphalt and concrete are non-negotiables. Those are going to come right off the top, in my opinion, when it comes to repairs, the dry rot, the roof repair. I'm not talking about roof replacement. I'm talking about roof repairs, roof and gutter repairs, dry rot repair. You know, a lot of the cosmetic stuff is stuff that's taken care of in-house. Our maintenance staff takes care of all that stuff, the painting aspects, the trim work, the door work, the body, the interiors. You know, they can even go as far as doing some type of carpet and other things. They're very well versed, so we can use them for various aspects of work that we need done in our sites. But we did have many of the experts in the trades come out. We had, you know, a general contractor, we had a project executive, we had many of the sites had been, well, all of the sites, as a matter of fact, have been droned. All of their roofs have been droned. So I think we got to be careful that we're not talking about roof replacement, because when we say roof replacement, we're talking about tearing off the roof and putting a new roof on. That's not the intention here, correct, Joe?
Right.
And when we're talking about the architectural aspects, we're talking about dry rot repair. There were several areas. If I want to use Calaveras or even Cerro Vista also as one that has several areas of their eaves and the tails and some of the other things that have dry rot on them that need to be addressed. Once you start cutting them back, you start going beyond up into the building envelope, up into the roof area where there's roof tiles. So, you know, there's a lot of things that, you know, can be talked about here, but I think this document here is something that has given it all to you. This is the largest number you're going to get, right, in terms of each one of these certain aspects and trades that have looked into these into the facilities. So does that answer any questions for the board? Yes.
I guess for us, what we need is some kind of like when I look at Sunny Slope, I mean, I nearly fell off my chair. I'm not kidding. I'm like, oh my goodness, because we had a bond for them. And a lot of Sunny Slope was supposedly fixed. And then we see this, you know, $80 million number, and it was just like, oh my goodness gracious. And I gotta tell you, I was just like, oh my goodness, what happened? And I realized it's the portables. You know, of that, 51 million was portable.
We call it the vintage side of the school.
Right.
Yeah.
So I understand that, you know, but that's like 2/3 of the school, of that money was the portable. So I get that. And I guess what I'm trying to say is that we as a board are going to need direction about what needs to go, what do we need to fix? What is the priority? What do we need to fix first? Where are we going to spend our money correctly? That is for the benefit of our children, for safety, for maintenance of the school. I mean, all of these things we have to look at. Because one, our buildings are our assets. I mean, we cannot forget that these buildings are our assets. And we have to protect our assets. But we also have to maintain safety. You know, that this is how we conduct our business, how we do instruction. So all of this comes into play, but it's a major asset for Hollister School District. And we cannot allow our assets to fall apart. So, I mean, we need help that way to make sure that we're ensuring it's the major asset of our school district.
Well, I'm sure that Aaron, Superintendent Sanchez, Mr.
Mr.
Ward, Mr. Dixon, they know the areas of most need in these sites, along with your guys. I know you can look at a school and say, hey, this is a pretty new school. Rod Lane, numerous leaks. The guys would come out, wonderful, patch up those leaks, they'd be good for a year. And then again, and you just don't know until you get a report like this, what is in need.
Well, one of my, having opened Marguerite Mays, it's 28 years old. And it's number 2 in regards to cost and fixing up. And it has not ever been properly maintained. It was never painted on time. I mean, it was never given its due diligence. And there's lots of reasons why, and I'm not going to go into the different reasons, but that's a building that was never properly maintained. And it's a shame. But that's just the way it is. And that's why it's number 2. I mean, I can tell you, it's because it was never properly maintained.
And because of the portables.
Yes,
There's
but
many
I'm
portables
just
on
even
there.
talking about, just when you walk in, you can see the dry rot just even in the entrance of the building. Yeah. So all I'm saying is that because of our poor maintenance before, we need to do a better job. And this board has really been very proactive about it since you've been on. I know you've heard us many times, we need to get this going. And I appreciate what you've done. And thank you, Mr. Dixon, for your company and what you've done. But now we've got this, we need to do our due diligence. And we need, how are we gonna go about this now?
Yeah, and if I may, so of course I'd never intend to tell the superintendent or the board what they should do, but some of the things I call non-negotiables, like I mentioned, are the structural, architectural, and site work safety aspects of the sites. The roofs, the gutters, the dry rot, the building envelope, and all of the site work, all of the asphalt, all of the concrete, not all of it, but those areas of concern where you have fissuring and you have lifting and you have cracking and you have all these other things happening that could potentially be a safety issue. I know Sunny Slope has them. I know Calaveras has them. I know Margaret Mays has them. I know just about every site that we have. So, again, I mean, those are some of the things that absolutely need to be addressed first. So if you're asking my opinion before the board in public today, that's what I would tell you. And I would stand by that and say those are the things. If we don't have a roof that doesn't leak, it becomes a safety issue for the kids and for the staff. And there's been several times where the maintenance staff has been included in morning meetings about, hey, let's have a sit down for a half an hour, 45 minutes, and let's talk about the things that you see out there, the things that we know we need to address. I have several pages of notes of things that each and every one of them has told me there's an issue here. This is what we have going on here. This is what we have at Cal. This is what we have at Mays. This is what we have, so they've been everywhere. They're the boots on the ground, and they're a huge asset to this district and to the facilities department and the director. So I've used them, and their expertise and their eyes and ears. So, everyone has been involved. Everyone has been included. But again, I think the large number is alarming, and we think, wow, okay, with the inflation and the contingency, wow, 1 year, 2 years, it's like, no, this is going to kick off the creation of a facilities master plan.
Right.
This is the very beginning of it. And of course, there's some things that do need to be cleaned up. There's some things that we do need to look into, but in about 6 weeks' time, this is what we were able to come up with. And it's pretty good, in my opinion. Yeah, again, there's some things that need to be cleaned up, but if we're focusing in on Sunny Slope, you know, the roofs on the not vintage side, the newer side, those don't need to be repaired or replaced or focused on, right? The building envelope, we don't have a problem with that. We don't need to repaint the school. We don't need to fix the gutters. Maybe there's certain areas, what I know of is there's a multi-purpose room kitchen area where there's an air conditioning unit, a furnace unit that needs to get replaced. You know, so that's about the extent of what we saw over there. So if we want to really focus in on certain school sites, we can do that. We can have that conversation. But this is comprehensive. This includes all of them. And so is there anything you have to add, Joe?
I would just add, costs are incrementally so high now compared to even 2 years ago, it's ridiculous. I mean, I'm doing school rebuilds now, it's $1,100 a square foot. And so it's expensive, and I know that, and so needs assessments really are trying to identify everything that needs to be replaced, as Aaron said, over the next few years. But it isn't getting any cheaper, you know, I mean, it's unbelievable with works costs. So I can remember 5 years ago, $600 a square foot was like, oh my. Work in the Sacramento area rebuilding a school that was burnt down pro bono. Over $1,100 a square foot to rebuild the school. It's crazy. It's crazy. But
So can you do report is saying about roof repair, for instance, at a particular site? What encompasses roof repair, just for the sake of the board's knowledge?
Well, it depends, as you know, Aaron, it depends on the roof type. If we have a built-up roof, there's a significant amount of removal, and you know you'd have to patch it in appropriately and flash it, and if you have rooftop HVAC, the flashing part becomes really important, or any other roof penetrations. So there's a lot of differences based on the type of roof, the roof penetrations, and the idea of dry rot. We have to assume, because we're not tearing apart, we're not doing destructive testing, that when we see dry rot, you're going to have dry rot all over the place. And it's Aaron mentioned, it's hard to start and stop when you have dry rot. So it's not unusual to have a needs assessment significantly higher than you thought it would be. It happens a lot. But we don't want to miss anything either. We don't want to give the board a sugar-coated report either that is low. It doesn't help you to manage expectations and to know what you have. And so again, it's based on a lot of industry standards, and it'll be adjustable. Aaron said earlier, this is a living document, and so you're going to set priorities. You're going to set, safety priority would be number one, and then probably something along the lines of, making sure the site's secure and building envelope is sound, and all those kinds of things should be prior to any kind of aesthetic kind of improvements, I suppose. We'll put it that way. But it's just a start. Just a start.
Didn't have a lot of time to prepare and really understand what I was looking at. So when I was looking at even like Sarah Vista, you had roof repair, 41,000 square feet. And then it said 41,000 square feet for crack and paint, for wood rot repair, for roof repair, all have the 41,000. So that's what I was trying to make sense of, I guess, in my questioning. What did you mean by that? And we didn't have really good define, like I didn't know where, I didn't know, were we talking about the whole school? I guess those were all uncertain questions for me as a board member. What should that mean? And again, you know, we said roof repair, thank you for clarifying. You know, could be certain things, it's not replacing the whole roof, but I was going behind. So to me, I had questions that didn't quite make sense in my mind. And even the 3-inch AC pavement repair, is that throughout, is that the whole school? Cause that was 48,100 also square feet.
Yes.
So I guess, cause nothing was highlighted as where it needed to be.
Well, it was highlighted in the pictures. So the blue,
So that whole blue is what needs to be repaired?
right, for the asphalt, and then that's not gonna get done. So the square footage was, they're just giving you he's giving you the max amount. Like, you know how they give you a bid and they give you the total amount, and then when it comes in, it'll be less than. So he's giving you the max amount.
Is it accurate?
So, yeah, so he's not gonna break down a 50-foot by 50-foot section and say, here's the 3-inch repair overlay that you're gonna get. He's gonna say, here is the entire area.
But the
Of
entire
parking
area,
lot.
that's what I'm trying to understand. So
Does
the
it need
entire
it?
area need it?
No.
See, that's what I was
Is
trying to
it,
get
is it
to.
covered in the needs assessment? I mean, possibly, there could be some areas on that parking lot, in that parking lot that need to be repaired.
Plus
But
it's-
again, they're not gonna go and say, this
Yeah,
25 by
that's
25 foot section, this 50 by 50 foot section, it's gonna be, this entire parking lot is covered here, and then we go back and we actually get a bid for what the areas are that need it. Again, this is just a very preliminary first part of a long.
So it's covering a lot, not necessarily all the things that are needed or that need to be fixed. It's just in case of
It's an
worst case
eye-opener.
scenario. Is that what we're like?
It does feel that way.
I'll let you answer that, Joe. Worst case scenario?
No, it was visual, look at everything, and look, if you're gonna do a parking lot in pieces and chunks, it's gonna cost, it's really a bad way to go about doing a parking lot. You do the whole thing. If you have dry rot on the edges of your roof, and then we start patching the roof and there's dry rot underneath, I'm not gonna give you a report that doesn't identify, you probably have dry rot all over the place. It'd be disingenuous of me to give you a report, give the board a report that doesn't take into account probability and best repairs and best practices. You have to be careful that, you know, you don't pave a street and then dig it up and put sewer in, for example. You want to do it correctly. Your paving needs to be replaced. If you don't replace it, it is truly one of those pay me now, pay me later kind of things, because it's going to deteriorate to the point that you're going to have all kinds of issues. Your roof's the same thing. You have to have roofs that don't leak. You have to. And so, you know, there's certain assumptions that are made. Is it worst case scenario? Not really. But I'm not going to give the board a report that lowballs everything and then comes back and you say, why didn't you identify that? I'm going to identify what we believe to be the condition in the budget that we need to set to take care of these things. Now, 250 million is a big number. A needs assessment in a school district is always a big number. We have a lot of property in schools and it's really expensive to keep it up. And I don't know of any district that is able to 100%. So as Aaron stated, this is the start of a process. Now you can go through it and start picking your priorities, pick a project, one that you really need to do, and you categorize each one of these areas. And maybe lighting does come last, although I would say, you know, there's all kinds of studies that say certain lighting has a big effect on student achievement. So you need to take a lot of different things into account. this is a lot of work, and I get it. I've been there. I know it is for the board and for the administration. But it's a good start, and I commend the district for doing this.
So, of course, me seeing the writing on the wall, what is to come in the future here. You know, I'm able to be as proactive as Superintendent Sanchez allows me, you know. So, you know, for instance, like the pour in place, right, for the playgrounds. We all know that Sierra Vista, their playground play structure is dilapidated, it's old, you know, and we've done our best to try and maintain it throughout the years, but it's something that we're probably going to want to replace here soon, right? The pour in place, you know, there's some areas where we're stepping down into a pit, you know, 16, 18, 24 inches down into a pit of tire bits and tire pieces. We all know what that's like. We've been there, you know. So getting kind of ahead of the game and being proactive, already looking into, you know, pour in place, you know, contractors, cost, assessing, you know, the damage, looking into grants that are provided, for instance, you know, a 50-50 for the play structure, you know. So this is just the beginning of a process of doing this kind of stuff, which is the pour in place, which is the, you know, play structures, and getting into the real, you know, specific aspects of our schools and knowing what it is that they need. There's a need that's there. So, and there's several schools that need that. We went to each and every one and looked at them. So, you know, I have pricing yet to come. So that will be part of the next part of this assessment. If we want to talk about specifically the roofs, you know, and we're not talking about replacing the whole roof, but we're talking about also not piecemealing it together. And if we're going to seal a roof, we're going to seal a roof. We're not going to seal sections of a roof, right? So, you know, that's where we start getting into the specifics about what our needs are. And again, I keep going back to the large number and this being kind of a very preliminary opening document to what's to come and the specifics of what's to come. And I hope that answers some questions and gives some insight as to kind of some of the work that's happening behind the scenes, you know. I don't think these numbers are the end-all be-all numbers. These are the, you know, hey, this is the largest number that you can get because this is the most amount of surface area that we're going to need to cover, and this is what it's going to cost most likely. You know, so of course, I'll get into that gray area where between a need and a want, right?
Yeah.
There's several administrators that are, hey, we'd love digital marquees. Okay, so I just walked with a contractor all day today, looking at each one of our school sites, all 9 of them, 9 of our school district sites. And what's it going to take to put a digital marquee that's going to be equitable, same size, right, for each school, you know? So, you know, whether or not that's a need or a want, I don't know. It depends on who you ask and what time of the day it is, right? But, you know, so that kind of stuff happens as well, is happening as well. So, you know, again, there's going to be a lot of work to do, and there's got to be a lot of people that we're going to be walking and talking with and, you know, getting into the specific aspects of this. So it's not just you look at a list of items here and you go, wow, you know, what did it take to put this together and who walked it, who was there, you know? There is a lot more work yet to be done and a lot more discussion, I think, with Cabinet and Superintendent Sanchez and on what the priorities are with the board's input, right? But I think we have a good start. I do. I think we have a really good start here because it's the largest number we're going to see. Hopefully, unless we wait 3 or 4 years to do this, which we're going to hope not, you know, or at least some aspects of it. So I won't attempt to talk about things I don't know anything about, but, you know, when Beth gives her report about the monies and stuff, we'll know what's there and, you know, what's available to do that, you know. So anyway, that's what I got. Anything to add to that, Joe, or?
Okay.
Nope.
I've seen facilities master plans in the 10 years I've been on the board, and you know, coming from having had everything reduced in the district, there were many years that, you know, we barely had money to keep the lights on, let alone being able to do anything to our facilities. So that took a big impact, I know, on our facilities as well for many, many years, that we just did not have the luxury of having any spare money to put into our facilities. So, you know, I know Aaron inherited, you know, a tremendous amount of work, and a lot of needs within our district. So I think for me, it was just, you know, I don't want us to wait too long, like you said, Mr. Dixon. The more we wait, the more it costs. And so I've always thought of trying to do this like you would a house, you know, putting it on a schedule, doing certain schools at certain times in rotations with even painting, the basics, even the painting. But these are huge facilities that I know we have 4 maintenance workers that can't be pulled off of their general work, you know, to paint a school, because it would take more than one guy. He'd be there all year trying to paint a school. It's just impossible. So realistically, right, with the manpower that we have and what is maintainable and what is doable in-house, what isn't, but even going back to a rotation, going back to a system so that we're taking care of certain things on a regular versus, you know, letting things go year after year and having like this major sticker price, you know, shock to the system, and just it was a lot. I don't think I quite expected to see this price, but it is what it is.
Anybody else have anything else to add? Okay. Well, thank you very much for meeting with us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Erin.
Thank you.
I have a public comment.
Oh,
Oh, she did.
we do have a
Yes,
public
she
comment.
does.
Go ahead. Jeff?
Thank you. A lot of my questions have already been brought up. Still have some confusions about things. The Sunny Slope picture, the photo was one of them, and I'm still confused about spending $66 million on 45 portables, but then still having 68,000 square feet at $2.25 million for roof repair. That seems like an awful lot of shingles or tiles. If we're getting 46, let's see, where is it? 51,000 square feet of new portables. I'm assuming roofs come with those, but I don't know. And it is unfortunate, disheartening, because I worked on the bonds for our facilities, and to hear that those schools need to have millions and millions and millions and millions more dollars put into them at this point in time. I'm just going to speak for me, looking at the Maze site. My room has had leaks 3 years in a row, and my room doesn't have the little grid to get a new roof or to have roof repairs. I'm sorry, not a new roof, but roof repairs. And I know that they patch. I had to go last year 2 weeks with drips because they couldn't fix it during the rain. And one other thing that I just want the board to remember, I'm sure that Superintendent Sanchez remembers, and you, Trustee Martinez, remember, it doesn't belong on this list, but we promised the communities of Sierra Vista and Calaveras that they would get multi-purpose rooms. They were on the original lists. They were pulled off with the promise, you are next. Because we do not have equitable facilities at all sites. Those 2 schools, if there is rain for weeks on end, which we're in a La Nina, who knows what we might get, they can't have PE. Or in the heat, they can't go inside for air conditioning. They can't have PE if it is 100 degrees outside. And so I just want to remind you, that is on your to-do list. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So what is this one? Sarah Vista and Calaveras.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. 11B, a report on inclusive education.
Good evening,
Good evening.
Board of Trustees and Superintendent Sanchez. Dr. Gutierrez and myself will be presenting the inclusive education presentation tonight. We're very excited to put this together and be a team that is working on improving our students' experience and I should say all students' experiences. All right, so let's start by saying, what is inclusive education? So inclusive education is defined by an experience that all students, regardless of their challenges, have the opportunity to be in a classroom and receive the high quality instruction and interventions and supports that our teachers can provide to them. Inclusion itself is a philosophy that all students can have their individual needs met in the general education setting with supports and services provided there rather than a pull-out. Of course, every case is different, but in most cases, this is how we define inclusion. So a list has been compiled of what inclusion is and what inclusion is not so that we can help understand what we're talking about here in education. Inclusion is equity and access to education. It builds a sense of community and belonging. It has a benefit for academic achievement, and it promotes independence and interdependence. It's a belief that all students can learn, and it also breaks down silos. So we're not removing students from a space where, oh, so-and-so leaves at a certain time. We don't know where they go, but they go and then they come back. Inclusion is not dumping a student in somewhere and hoping that they make it. It's not a one-on-one with an untrained aide. It is not just mainstreaming, like this student needs to go into a classroom and sit there for a certain amount of time so we can check that box. It is not that. It's not line of sight inclusion, and it's not just because we can check the box for compliance, and it's not mine and yours. That's your student, that's my student, there's no division. So I love this picture here, if you can see it. It goes along with that one that we've all seen with the children in the boxes to see over the fence. So this one goes one step further because you can see it has the adaptive bicycle. So inclusive classrooms ensure that all students have the same curriculum, access, and rigorous standards. So we're not going to say that they're going to get a different curriculum. They are entitled to the same learning that their peers are entitled to. Just like these folks here in the image, they're entitled to a bicycle. They just have to have a different type of bicycle. All teachers share responsibilities for all students, so we have a greater investment. It's connected to a higher achievement for both general ed and special ed students, and I'll get into that data here shortly. And it assures equity. So inclusive education can look like many different things, but what we're going to focus on tonight is inclusive classroom partnerships. Okay, it's one feature that we've been implementing here at Hollister. So partnerships meet the needs of all students more effectively. Research shows that partners have a supportive colleague that they can depend on, that they can be more engaging and dynamic together. Partners broaden each other's instructional skill sets. And we have some actual direct quotes from our very own teachers that affirm that. So why? Why should inclusion be offered? Well, it provides better quality education for all students and is instrumental in changing discriminatory attitudes. Because everybody deserves a chance at the table, they all deserve a fair opportunity to succeed, regardless of their challenge, be they physical, mental, cognitive, whatever it may be, everybody deserves an equal chance. There's that, and it's the law. So we know that we're required by the IDEA Act to provide the least restrictive environment. And that simply just goes to say that all students are educated with children that are non-disabled. So if you have a disability, we have to make every effort to educate them with non-disabled students. It also asks that students are not removed from the classroom or with the very least possible interruptions so that they can engage with their peers and that their needs are satisfactorily met. Okay? So how does this pertain to Hollister? Well, historically, Hollister's practice has been that since I've been here, RSP students go to a pull-out model. So they leave the classroom, everybody notices that so-and-so and so-and-so stand up, they leave the classroom, everybody watches them walk away, and where do they go? And then they come back in and they have some conversation, they have an experience that somebody missed. And those students that stayed had an experience that those students missed. And so then, of course, naturally, some curiosities. What did you talk about? What did I talk about? Let's share that. So this is actually a violation of the least restrictive environment. And it could go in specific in the middle school. This is where we really want to make sure that we're careful. So the percentage of students in general ed classes significantly decreases in Hollister School District when 5th graders go to 6th grade. So at the elementary sites, things flow differently. We have, we don't have hard and fast periods where we have to get up and transition to another period. But when they go to middle schools, there is that period that you have to start and end. So what has happened is that RSP students will go to RSP class and they're there for longer. It may be that they're there for more than their 30 minutes and because it fits. So what we're doing is we're not addressing the needs of the students, we're addressing the needs of our schedule because it's easy. Well, that's what we need to do. But we're not here for us, we're here for students. So not only do we know that, but we also know that our state performance data is abysmal. So in 1819, the CDE data said that Hollister did not meet the target for statewide assessments. Proficiency rate of our students with disabilities on statewide assessments in the area of ELA and math were unacceptable. But we also had program indicators where the CDE said HSD did not meet the target for least restrictive environment. And we know that we've been in hot water with special ed before. I would like to stay out of hot water, I'm not sure about you. So let's continue with this. So including students with disabilities in general education, 80% or more during the school day, that was not met. We want to make sure we increase that so that they have the same experience. So that aside, the law and that we're required and, we have historically excluded and, provided an inequitable experience for these students. Let's look at the data. What happens? So we have benefits without bias if we look at inclusion in our classrooms. Students with disabilities have higher rates of academic performance, and this is all research-based. The last 2 slides that I promise I won't read have exact quotes from research that you can look up and reference if you want. So higher student engagement, they're more satisfying and diverse friendships, they have improved communication, they have less disruptive behaviors, and they have better post-high school outcomes. So what we're doing today helps them in the long run. Students without disabilities that are in inclusive education programs have greater gains in math and reading. They have a reduced fear of difference, which is something that is true, that is a natural occurrence. We have improved self-confidence, increased social cognition, and better ethical principles. So it sounds like a win-win, right? Well, let's take a look at our evidence. Star reading, this is from last year, and we'll want to focus on the pink line. Those are the students with disabilities, and I apologize for the microscopic print. But you'll see this is Sarah Vista Inclusive Classroom in reading. The pink line is the students with disabilities compared to students without disabilities in the same classroom. All right, so you can see that the gain of special ed students was much sharper than gen ed students, but they both progressed, and that's phenomenal. Let's see if this is just a random occurrence or if, again, it happens. So star reading in Rancho Santana, inclusive classroom. This is, again, reading for 6th grade. That is amazing because those students were really busy. So these students were kept in the classroom. Their IEP needs were met within the classroom. We had 2 teachers that tag team. They have their own model. They can choose however they're going to instruct. And our students are that gap that we always talk about is much smaller than the beginning. Here's 6th grade reading maze, inclusive classroom. So we have that percentage, that gap again is shorter. And you can see that their percentage of growth was greater than the gen eds, which is awesome. We're closing a gap in these classrooms. This one is awesome. It's like, you almost made it. So here's a math class at Sarah Vista, inclusive classroom. It's just amazing to see. And there's lots of different theories that we can talk about. I know, I can spend all night here, but since it's freezing, I won't. But, they have great models. Gen Ed and the special ed students they model for one another, they learn from one another, so they're not excluded, they're not denied that opportunity. So when a student says something that we may not understand, another student can understand and go, I get that, and now I get this, because we're explaining it different, but their little brain works differently. And they may understand that connected to, a video game or an experience that, children would understand that teachers wouldn't. Here's another exciting one, Rancho Santana Inclusive Classroom, math. They flatlined the first 2 assessments, and then they really took off in the spring, which is awesome. Okay, so how? We start where we are, we use what we have, and you do what you can. That's all we can do, right? We're not going to be able to throw money at this. Research has shown that that's not always the solution. So what can we do with what we've got so that these students can continue with this experience and continue to grow and close that gap? So this was taken from the work that's been done with SIP, the Supporting Inclusive Practice grant that we have received. There's informal teaming. That occurs naturally. I mean, we've all been, the teachers have been involved with your co-teachers. At lunchtime we're going to meet, and that's our informal PLC. And then we have our formal teaming. We have our PLCs that are structured. We have the DWCs, etc. And then we have systematic integration. So how are we integrating this into our LCAP, into our day-to-day? And then that turns into our co-teaching. So then you have these folks, like a quote that's going to give me goosebumps later, folks that are just like, this is absolutely what I have to do. This is what I need to happen. Hollister started this back in 2019, and then we went into distance learning, and they continued. They have the courage to continue. At the time, the special ed department was spearheading this, and it happened. I witnessed it under my role as principal. It was amazing, and we're still continuing. We're growing, and today we have 5 schools. We have 28 teachers, and we have 544 students that experience inclusive education. That's 10%, roughly.
I yesterday during, my grandson has ABA, 2 hours a day, 4 days a week. And yesterday I was covering, and he does homework on certain days of the week, and Mondays he does it. He was doing math, and he's in a regular ed math class. He's in a mild to moderate during the day, but he does go into a regular ed math class. He's in 3rd grade. And so it was math homework and a Eureka Math. And he sat down and he still struggles with reading, and so I'm reading the problem to him. And I had not, and he started with the grouping and doing the B's and putting them into group. I didn't say anything. I said nothing. And he's putting it in the groups and he has the answer. I read the next one. He's putting it in the groups and he has the answer. And I said nothing. Zip.
He's been able to gain the confidence and the independence.
Yeah,
that
I
he
said
might
nothing
not.
because I wouldn't have known what to do because it's Eureka Math.
Yeah, that's awesome. And that's mastery. When somebody can practice it on their own or teach it to another person, then you know that they've mastered
Well,
it.
he had taught it to me because the third problem he did me, it was a little bit more on the grouping. And so once I said, well, put this into, and then, so I was able just to guide him to, because it was a longer problem. And
Great. Awesome.
I visited 2 of the classrooms for 2 different schools. It was Rancho Santana and Lad Lane. And the Rancho Santana, they were both wonderful. But the Rancho Santana the kids were so happy. They were all circled around and the teachers were in the middle. And the teachers were happy, the students were happy. Also at Lad Lane, it's such a good interaction between the whole class. It was really good.
Yeah, the connectedness of those students and teachers it's mind-blowing.
Yes.
When you go into a classroom, I visited several already this year, and when you go in, and one you can't identify which classroom it belongs to, that's great because it's nobody's territory. It's the kids' territory.
Right.
And when you see teachers that are busy over here and busy over here, and the kids are all engaged, it's like this is utopia. It's very fascinating, and if you haven't witnessed it yourself, we're going to do a walkthrough next week with supporting inclusive practices. We're going to try and hit all of the classrooms. There's so many, but if you would like to join us, please. I mean, we would love for you to attend just to see. We have some folks that are just spreading their wings, just ready to fly out of the nest. We have folks that have burned the nest and they were building their own nest. And so we have a really nice range of participants. I just want to finish up with a couple things based on the teachers. So this is from a poll that that teachers responded to. The top one is the one that we just really have to, I just have to honor. So this young lady has said, this is the hill I'm willing to die on. Co-teaching is absolutely, I believe it, I breathe it. She was just recognized by the Supporting Inclusive Practices. She participated in an international event, and they just sent us an email this evening thanking and acknowledging her and how her participation was so commendable. Another quote, we can collaborate with one another and connect at the same time, because at middle schools they have, at all schools, they have the resource teacher and the general ed teacher have a prep together. And they're allowed the professional discretion to prep however they want. If they want to prep every day, they can do that. If they need 3 days a week, they can do that. So it's their discretion how much they want to spend, how much they need. And so that's how we accommodate the prep and the planning time. Another one says I'm able to support students with or without IEPs in the classroom. So another factor that when a teacher decides to participate in co-teaching in an inclusive classroom, so that it's equitable, the IEPs are limited to 1/3 of the class. So if you have 21, then only 7 of them will have IEPs. And this is to respect the time and effort that goes in to instructing these students. The last quote, this is a win-win-win. Gen Ed teachers get a greater grasp on accommodations, which is so true. You know, when you have a student that, I don't know what to do with the student as a Gen Ed, I just know from my past experience, but you have somebody who's there right with you to say, oh, this is what we do, and this is how we move on. But you also get the RSP teachers that have a greater grasp of the content standards. So many times, they plan with the teacher, but to a certain point, they don't understand how students are presented with information, how they work through, how they have that discord when they're working on a problem. And that really can help them understand how their students might have barriers in learning. Mm-hmm. So making the instruction more effective. And so all students get double support. Now we know that there's challenges. It's not a perfect world. The planning can be very difficult if they're not, it's described as a marriage. So, when you first start out, well, I want to do this and I want to do this, or you do this and you do this. So just coming together it could be uncomfortable for a little bit, but ultimately getting to a point where you can plan effectively. That time has been provided and is protected. The instructional flow, there are 6 models of inclusive classroom practices. So just practicing, dabbling in, do we want to do this? Do we want to do that? But allowing them the flexibility to choose and change as they need. Another challenge is that we, have the expectation that they get up and, all right, here we go. But, we're working on that, of course. We want to make sure that they feel supported. And we're going to be doing walkthroughs this year. We're going to be checking in with them. I just sent to inquire about their opinions and their needs. That will go out, every so often so that we're keeping a pulse. The IEPs, so again, their IEPs are limited to 1/3 of their classroom. And so that's very helpful for them to be able to fully understand their students' IEPs. I know that some teachers have an amazing amount of, almost an unimaginable amount of IEPs in a classroom. And this really kind of protects that, that they can go deeper into the needs of the students. And then comfort with subject matter. I know that personally I had a teacher that was like, I don't know what to do with math. I'm a writing teacher. But it was great because you have, with your co-teacher, it's like, if I go down, you're going down with me. But guess what? Nobody goes down. They seem to float together. And so that's really great, when you have a partner there. So here's the research. I'm just some of the red words. It improves instruction, it eliminates stigma, it's a sense of support among teachers, it has a positive impact on school achievement, it allows for professional development in teachers, and more research. This is more on the disabilities part. So people, essentially we're giving them the bicycle they need in order to engage in academics. Regardless of disability. It's beneficial for everyone. So just to acknowledge that we were one of 50 grantees for supporting inclusive practices, SIP, and that is funded through the CDE. And I think we're on the path to a model district, and I'm really proud of all the hard work our teachers are putting in. And I just hope that we can support them as needed and continue to grow this, because we know that it's the right thing. We see the data, and it also, if I may, adds, it just feeds nicely into our high school. They have a phenomenal inclusive education program at the high school. They even have co-teaching at PE and ELD, and they're just growing and growing, and their data is complementary to ours. It's just great. So our kids, now that we've made these great gains, I feel comfortable handing them over to Elaine and saying, okay, they're yours now, let's go. So that's exciting. I do want to thank SIP for their contribution to this presentation. Paulette Cobb definitely had an influence on this presentation, and Katie Zielinski from Renaissance for helping me find the exact data. What I really wanted to do was eliminate a lot of the gray. I really wanted just our gen ed students compared to our students in those inclusive classrooms. It was quite a data dive, but she helped me out with it. So with that, thoughts, comments, and questions?
Want to go round robin?
Sure. As a teacher who had students that were included in my history classes, when I had teachers that were, I had a teacher included as a specialized class, you know, they didn't have the background I had. So it was, I think that for our district, we need to make sure that we were given no time, and we did not have common prep. We were given no time to work together, but there was a general respect between the two of us, and we respected each other as educators, and we respected each other in our abilities, and we had a general respect, and we wanted our children to do well. So I think those common denominators are really important, and that's the biggest thing, is that we're here for the kids. And this isn't, you know, I'm in charge, or this is about the kids. And as long as we remember why we're there, and that this is for our children, I think that's what has to be and so when it's presented before school begins, we have to remember that we're here to help. And that's the biggest thing, is that we're here to help the kids. And not to overwhelm the general ed teacher with IEPs. Because, especially in the middle school, because that did not stop me from having other RSP students throughout the remainder of the day. So it was not uncommon to have 12 to 13 RSP students. And that's a lot of IEPs.
For me, I've seen it in practice at the high school for quite some time, and the activities, the students participate even during lunch activities and rallies and many, many things that they incorporate the students to have them be a part of the school culture. It's important. And so having them build that also, I think is, and the teachers, I mean, the more teachers you have in a classroom, the more adults you have in a classroom, of course, it's always going to be great for the kids. But seeing it in practice, it's definitely been very positive. And I think the suggestion moving forward, when you finally create that team, it's kind of like the HDLA teams, right? In grade levels, you build that, like you were saying, it takes a while when you've partnered up with someone new and you're learning. It's, similar to a marriage. But I think once you establish that amazing team and trying to keep that continuity going, because it takes time, right, to learn from one another, and one picks up, in the areas where the other one may be a little weak in, but I think that's the complementary part about this process, is building each other up to be better teachers for our kids. So I think it's an amazing program. Thank you.
It's a great program. I'm really happy that Hollister School District is doing this, and especially the data. I mean, the data shows it, so great job.
You guys are so good. I was impressed also by the data, but it doesn't surprise me really. Even as a child, it's weird because, like, I guess different districts are trying different things, but I remember when we had an inclusive model, and then I remember also being the kid that got pulled out. And I can say it was way better. I hated coming back in and knowing that they did some things that I didn't know, and they probably thought the same thing about, what about her? How come she gets to go out, right? So when I was looking through the presentation earlier before you even started speaking, I was thinking, what a great idea because it is in being exposed to all the different types of personalities, different types of people, different types of learning, that maybe that little thing, that makes you get it. Like, I kind of sucked at math, but maybe one of those people has that trick that's going to make me see it the way I need to see it as a student. So, pardon me?
Could it help me?
I know. So I like this. I do have a question, and forgive me for my ignorance in this, but is this at every school and every grade level, or is the goal to get there, or what?
So the first attempt is to address this disparity at the middle school minutes. So that's where we have the most representation of co-teachers. It is being piloted or implemented, I should say, at Lad Lane, Sarah Vista, and Rancho Santana. So I was just trying to think, am I leaving something out? So in the middle school grades,
Oh, I see.
but we can see how, like, the high school has expanded it. I mean, we could see where this might be beneficial in the areas of second language learners, and how we can expand for everyone to benefit regardless of the grade level. So at the moment, that's what we're addressing, so that we're in compliance and we're good there. And I mean, that would be fantastic if we could expand it when teachers are interested and ready.
Well, thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
And we do have one speaker.
Yes.
Oh, we have a speaker for this topic. Come on up.
Nicole?
All right, good evening again, Board of Trustees and Superintendent Sanchez. I think Dr. Myers did a really great job talking about all the benefits of inclusive education. HESTA supports it, but like with any new program, there's going to be some bumps in the road. And I want to say that I appreciate that Dr. Myers and Superintendent Sanchez is willing to meet with HESTA monthly about this. So we're really excited that we're able to get our input. So I just want to tell you about some of the things we've talked about as I've talked to the co-teachers. I'm kind of the middle school expert because I work at one, and that's where this is happening. So I'm going to kind of ping pong all over the place here as I've been just kind of taking notes. It does lead to the teachers who co-teach. They just have more IEPs in general than the other partner teacher who doesn't co-teach. So that means more IEP meetings, more, families that you have to deal with, and so forth. And so that 30% number, because I had to clarify that only includes, so let me give you a scenario. A co-teacher, let's say 8th grade math, okay? So, for example, they had 24 students in their class, which is actually really great for the middle school, but 11 of those had IEPs. And I was concerned because I was like, wait, that's like 45%. But it turns out that 30% only applied to the IEPs that had math goals. But to me, an IEP is an IEP. Like, I still have to work with those students in other ways because there's still a lot of reading in the curriculum for math. Like, Eureka Math is really text heavy. So even though I might have students with IEPs with reading goals, it still is a lot to have 11 IEPs in a class of 24. So what they did was they added 3 students to that class to balance out the number. Oh, great, now I have more students, awesome. And that doesn't include the SSTs or the 504s. So she, including 504s, that's 13 students out of 27. But yes, she does have a co-teacher. It's kind of like also finding the right therapist. You have to find the right partnership as well. So I made sure to talk to RSP teachers or the co-teachers that are pushing in, and I also talked to the ones at the middle school, the general education. You know, during their prep time, it's not always sacred, because if they're pulled to sub for a class or they have to attend an IEP during that prep, they have to meet after school and they don't get to submit. Not that I'm quite aware of the process of how they could submit a timesheet for that. It hasn't been super clear to members, and I think they would need to be told how to do that. Again, with the new program, I know a lot has to be bargained, but like probationary teachers, asking them to co-teach, and there were some instances, even though it's voluntary, they were told on the first day of school, hey, by the way, you're co-teaching. And they're like, wait, what? You know, and it shouldn't really be for teachers that have 2 or more preps, because they feel like co-teaching is another prep. And when you talk to the co-teaching partnerships who've been doing it for 3 years, yeah, things are a lot better. They found the right match and so forth. And so it's a lot of work. They should get training before the first day of school that's extensive on co-teaching. And again, HESTA supports inclusive education overall. We just need to work out the kinks. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we're at 12 for the consent agenda, and we were pulling 12R for discussion.
Right.
So would now be the time to discuss 12R?
No. So what we do is we make a motion to approve consent items 12A through 12U, excluding R at this time.
Okay, are you making that motion?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll second.
Okay, anybody have any discussion about that? Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, and none opposed, 4-0.
Now we can pull R for discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Superintendent Sanchez, you wanna do the discussion?
All right. So 12R is consideration and action on the comprehensive safety, or school safety plans, excuse me. These are annually brought to the board during the springtime. This year, we are bringing the plans to the board a second time, outside of the school year where they were implemented, which meets the requirement by the CDE of a final notification to the board that the school safety plans were completed in a timely fashion. And the reason why we have opted to do that this year is that the district will be undergoing, yet again, federal program monitoring and various different audits. The fact that the school safety plans are on the consent agenda item will also allow for the district to have documentation indicating that the board was notified on or before October 15th of the completion of the safety plans. The reason why we've pulled this item is to make that clarification point and to clarify that the recommendation would include the board's approval of the comprehensive safety plans as they are for the 21-22 school year, which was last year's. We are starting the 22-23 safety plans. Some sites are more ahead in the process than others, but they're not required to be completed until the spring of 22-23. I'm trying to keep all the years in order,
Right.
but that is the clarifying piece that the district administration is recommending that the board approve these comprehensive school safety plans on or before October 15th as a final notification to the board that our sites completed them, took them to their school site councils and so on, but they were for last year.
Should the motion just say 2021 to 2022?
Sure.
That's all it needs to say?
That's perfect.
Okay. I'm going to make a motion that the board do consideration and action on the comprehensive school safety plan and we approved for 2021, 2022 comprehensive school safety plans, which are due October 15th, 2022.
And so you're asking for the amendment to be made on the paperwork to read 2021 to 22 instead of 2022 to 23.
That would be great.
Yes, the recommendation.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
None opposed?
All right, thank you.
Thank
For
you.
the joint.
Okay, discussion action items. 13A, the Hollister Elementary School Teachers Association Sunshine Proposal.
So we have a speaker. We have bargaining chair Barbara Brown and HESTA president Nicole Felkins and Cheryl Rios.
Good evening. Good evening, trustees and Superintendent Sanchez. So I'm here on behalf of HESTA members to present our Sunshine proposal for this school year. But I want to remind you that last year, on May 24th, 2022, I sunshined the following articles. As per Article 20 of the Collective Bargaining Agreement, to begin negotiations for the 21-22 school year. And those articles were Article 11, Certificated Salary, Article 13, Employee Benefits, Article 7, Class Size, and Article 9, Hours and Workload. At that time, we asked that the district sunshine their proposal soon so we could begin negotiations for the 21-22 school year. To date, we have not received a response to our 21-22 proposal. However, I am here tonight to present HESTA's Sunshine proposal for the 22-23 school year. This year, our contract is up in its entirety, which happens every 3 years, and we are proposing to open and negotiate all items in the collective bargaining agreement. We will be submitting additional proposals at a later date and reserve the right to add, amend, modify, and change its proposals. And we respectfully ask and request the following: that the Hollister School District sunshines this letter at your next regular board meeting of trustees meeting, the trustees meeting in October. That the Hollister School District identifies permanent members of the bargaining team that will serve on the district bargaining team throughout the contract negotiations. And we ask for that because we're going to be doing a lot of bargaining, a lot of negotiations due to the nature of the negotiations this year. And if we have different members, every time we come to the table, there's a lot of history that's not followed through on each article. We ask that negotiations will be conducted in person and that we begin negotiating no later than November 1st of 2022. Since we will be negotiating for both 2021-22 and the 22-23 school years, that's why we're asking that negotiations start by November 1st. So thank you.
Can you clarify that last piece, that last sentence that you just stated right now?
We'd never opened, the district never sunshined our proposal for 21-22, and we never started negotiating for 21-22 last year. So we're actually negotiating for 2 years.
But that's not what your sunshine is indicating.
We're sunshining, this sunshine today is for this year, 22-23, but I'm reminding you that we still have a sunshine from 21-22. Okay?
That's all we have to do.
So we acknowledge receipt of it.
Yes. Thank you, we acknowledge receipt. Okay, 13B is the adoption of resolution 11:2223, approval of district representative to joint powers authority, or joint powers authority.
Okay, good evening. Resolution 11 would allow for our Chief Business Officer, Elizabeth Wilson, to represent us at the JPA. The alternate would be the superintendent, myself, Erica Sanchez. And this resolution, if accepted and passed tonight, would allow for us to notify the JPA that represents us for workman's comp types of situations and insurance, that we would be representing the district at the various meetings or in communication with the JPA. Beth would be the primary and I would be the secondary. Any questions?
We have, yeah, I do. We have asked through the years, Beth, that we get out of this JPA because it's with Keenan, and that we join the CISC. We join the CISC on workman's comp because Keenan is so expensive. And we asked other business officers to look into it. We know that this is not going to happen, overnight. But it would be something that, as you go to these meetings, to look at and get your assessment on, because CISC does offer those services. And, it'd be kind of nice to have it all in one place. CISC is not profit making. We're filling in. So it's something to look at. And so I think we should look at our possibilities if this is a place, since we're constantly deficit spending. If this is a place where we can get decent service and save some money, then we owe it to our, I don't want to cut services, but if this is a place where we can save some money, then we should look at it.
Let me get myself inside the door.
Oh, absolutely. We want you in the door.
Does anybody else have any comments or questions? Okay, so can we get a motion for adoption of Resolution 11, 22-23?
I make a motion that we approve resolution number 11:22-23, approval of district representative to Joint Power Authority.
I'll second that.
Second?
Okay, oh, help me, I'm having a mental moment.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. None opposed, so there we go. Gosh, sorry, tired. 13C, adoption of resolution 12/22-23, certification of unhoused pupils as related to charter school applications for facilities funding.
Okay, so Resolution 12 will look very familiar to the board as it was passed on July 26, 2022. The difference between this resolution and the resolution passed on July 26th, obviously is the number. The July resolution was number 1. We're at number 12 now, but the attachment is the main difference. So our Board of Trustees approved this resolution. Hollister Prep submitted it to the Office of Public School Construction, and they were asked to return back to the district, work with us, and get additional updated information. So the resolution itself is absolutely the same, except for the date. The difference is the attachment and the numbers. At that time, the numbers that were represented in the Exhibit A were outdated, and so the OPSC asked HPS go back to the district and give provide updated numbers, work with the agency, and get a renewed approval of the resolution so that they can submit it to OPSC. The purpose, again, is for them to try to obtain funding to build or look for,
New construction or look for property or whatever.
yes.
So I have a question.
Yes.
It still says estimated 21, 22 eligibility. Is that what they're exactly looking for still, even though?
They were looking for the year prior.
Okay.
The former resolution was several years old. That data that was brought before the board. So this is the most updated, complete fiscal school year data.
Thank you.
Doesn't cost the district, funding. It doesn't cost the district funds or anything like that. It's just bringing the resolution back to the board, strictly speaking, because of the attachment.
So this is just verifying how many students are in Hollister Prep currently that are K-6 and 7 and 8. So they have a total of 588 students currently attending.
585.
I mean, 585 or 588?
Approximately.
Says
Okay.
588 here.
Yeah.
588 would be their max.
Oh,
Mhm.
okay.
And they have 0
What does that
unhoused
mean? What does that mean?
home.
No,
I don't think so.
there's a more technical answer, and Beth, if you'd like to jump in.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Unhoused students are students that are currently in portable buildings or buildings that do not belong to the charter school. And part of that resolution also shows that there are no Hollister Elementary students that are unhoused that this would affect. So they're not affecting any of our eligibility in doing this.
Can you say that one more time?
So unhoused students.
Sorry.
I thought unhoused
Sorry,
was
Beth.
homeless student.
This one kind of goes over our head.
Except for
Sorry.
in the world of construction.
His world of facilities and
Facilities.
If he did not start his work as early in the morning as he does, could stick around and answer this question as well. Unhoused students are students who are currently being educated in portable buildings or buildings that do not belong to the charter school. The resolution gives their unhoused, but also indicates that there are no district unhoused students that are part of their application. So as we go through the machinations that are necessary to get funds from the state for construction, like we did with Rancho Santana, we have to say how many unhoused students we have, and then that eligibility comes away from that funding. They are not affecting Hollister Elementary School's eligibility for future funding in that resolution, and that's what it says.
Oh.
So we are just saying, yep, you're right, there are none of our students being considered in there.
But I also read that unhoused is another term, a friendly term for home.
Not in the
this
facilities, not in the facilities
facility,
venue.
right, but in the social world,
Possibly.
it is.
Okay.
Okay, can I get a motion to adopt the resolution 1222/23?
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, aye, 4-0.
Right.
Let's see, 13D,
Mm-hmm.
discussion and approval of provisional internship permits for the 22-23 school year.
All right.
That's me.
All right, hi, Nicole.
Hi. So good evening, Board of Trustees and members who are, Board of Trustees and members of the audience who are still here and those who are watching. Good evening, Superintendent Sanchez. So the item that I'm presenting to you tonight is for the approval of provisional internship permits, or PIPs as we call them for short, for 22-23 school year. Every year we do utilize this option to hire first-year teachers when we've exhausted all other possibilities in our efforts to bring fully credentialed teachers to Hollister School District. Our efforts include distributing job flyers, We've used our online recruitment tool called EdJoin to post our jobs and invite folks to apply for our vacancies. We communicate with University Career Center representatives, and we also reach out to credential program advisors in hopes that they send us their intern credential or preliminary credential teachers coming out of the programs. And we've also utilized job fairs in the past, but the past couple of years have been challenging because of the pandemic, but job fairs, our in-person recruitment fairs are back in full swing, and we're jumping on the job fair circuit, so we'll be doing that early this year. I just want to clarify that this type of permit does allow for first-year teachers to complete the requirements for the credential program while they're entering, so that they can receive their intern or preliminary credential from the CTC. So we do have some new teachers who are also finishing their last few program requirements in order to obtain the intern credential or their preliminary credential, so they do need a little bit more time to do that. This type of permit allows for one extra year to do that for them. So by approving these provisional intern permits for the teachers who are listed in the agenda tonight, they'll be able to pursue their intern credentials, and some of them their preliminary credentials during this school year. So any questions?
No, that's straightforward. Thank you. So when we're asking for a motion, do we have to name everybody, or we just say for the provisional internship permits for this year?
For the provisional intern permits for the 22-23 school year.
Okay, can I get a motion for that?
I'll make a motion that we approve the provisional intern permits for the school year 2022-23.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
And, 13E is oral compensation summary for amendment number 1, Elizabeth Wilson, CBO.
Okay, the next 6 agenda items are connected, so to speak, and they are all connected to a retro 1% that was approved last school year for HESTA and CSEA. Last month it was approved, or 2 months ago it was approved for the remaining unrepresented group, and at that time we talked about the 3 executive positions also receiving the 1% retro to last year as it applies. So with that, item 13E is the oral compensation summary for CBO Elizabeth Wilson. This would be amendment number 1 to the contract for employment if it is approved. Government Code Section 54953 requires executive compensation to be orally summarized in open session before it is approved by the board. The following includes a breakdown of the proposed compensation increase for the CBO position. The current salary increase for the current year, 22-23, would be an additional $1,466. The benefit increase to match the health and welfare benefits would be an additional $697. This item is an oral summary and does not require any action. The attachments are the amendment and the original contract, but if we go on to 13F, this is the item that is for discussion and or consideration for approval tonight. So again, this is the review of the summary. Our previous meetings have had action items that included compensation increases for our other bargaining groups and other unrepresented employees. Item 13F would allow for our CBO position to also have a 1% increase as was provided to the other staff. Again, the dollar amount for the current salary increase would be $1,466. The benefit cap increase would be $697, making it an equivalent contribution to the CBO's health and welfare benefit package to that of our represented employees. The attachments are the amendment to the contract and the original contract.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the compensation increase for Elizabeth Wilson, CBO.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Item 13G, again, is an oral compensation summary. This would be for amendment number 2 for Assistant Superintendent Kip Ward. Government Code Section 54953 requires the executive compensation to be orally summarized in open session before it is approved by the board. The following includes the breakdown of the proposed compensation increase for the Assistant Superintendent position. This would include a retroactive salary increase for the 21-22 school year of $1,741. The salary increase for the current school year of 22-23 would be equivalent to $1,741, and the benefit cap increase for the 22-23 school year to match those of the other employees would be $697. This item does not require any action. Moving on to item 13H, this is the discussion and consideration portion of the compensation increase for the assistant superintendent position. Again, this would make the compensation increase comparable to those employees that are represented and the remaining unrepresented employees. The retroactive salary increase, again, for the last school year is $1,741. The current salary increase for the 22-23 school year is $1,741. And the benefit cap increase to match the other employees is $697. The supporting documents are the amendment number 2 and the original contract for employment with the assistant superintendent.
I'd like to make a motion to approve compensation increase for Kip Ward, Assistant Superintendent.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Passes 4-0.
Next two are connected to the superintendent position. This is the oral compensation summary for the superintendent, and it does not require any action. It is tied to Government Code Section 54953, which requires the executive compensation to be orally summarized in open session before it is approved by the board. The following includes the breakdown of the proposed compensation increase for the superintendent position, which would match that of the unrepresented and represented employees. A retroactive salary increase for the 21-22 school year of $2,150, a current salary increase for the 22-23 school year of $2,150, and an increase to the benefit cap of $697. The attachments are the original contract and amendment number 2. And moving on to item 13J, this is the item that is to be discussed and considered for approval in regards to the compensation of the superintendent. This would again match the represented employees' compensation increase of the previous school year and the compensation increase of the unrepresented group. The retro salary increase would be for the 21-22 school year of $2,150, for the current school year of the 22-23 school year, $2,150, and a benefit cap increase of $697 to match the contribution of the other employees. The attachments include the original employment contract and amendment number 2 to the contract.
I'd like to make a motion to approve of the compensation for Erica Sanchez, Superintendent.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Passes 4-0. Okay.
Item 14, superintendent's report. All right. So we can go to the next page. We're gonna go back to inclusive practices because we love it so much. I will go to briefly to inclusive practices just because it sparked my memory. I walked into a classroom, actually at 2 different sites, and you can't tell whose classroom it is. and the teachers finish each other's sentences. It is such a strong bond that I just wanted to mention that. But let me go into our report because I know it's 8:34 and folks are looking forward to heading home, right? So let's talk a little bit of logistics in our district. I was going to say classroom, but in our district. Our TK enrollment as of last Friday was 5,682 students. We have decreased, a net decrease based on the end of last year of 33 students. Our schools are still taking enrollment. Families are able to walk onto campuses and enroll. However, we're still lower, which is so interesting because we see all that development and the housing and going up everywhere, but our overall enrollment is lower. We also have a lower ADA of 0.1% than last September 21-22 school year, which was so interesting to me. So we'll keep a close eye on that, but the ADA is lower. That means that our students are more absent this year than last year.
I noticed that, because it's a trend at the high school
Okay,
as well.
wow.
So, yeah, so I'm just.
I wonder what's going on.
Yeah, well.
COVID is one. A teacher I spoke to has had students out, and it's 5 days.
Mm.
So I don't know if we're gonna go back to the contracts. I don't know what you guys have decided, but we could recoup some of our ADA if we start doing contracts again for COVID. The other thing is, and this has been actually it was a trend even before the pandemic. We were having low enrollment, if you recall. And it's, some can say it started when we stopped the busing. You know, I mean, when we go back to when we used to have like 97%, you know, close to 98%, but we had busing. And I don't know if those days are going to come back, but we used to have, you know, big county programs, if you recall, Everyday Camps.
Yes.
I think that maybe in your superintendent meetings, things need to start being discussed about what we can do about starting to bring up the idea, about bringing up some things that we can deal with regarding a publicity campaign to reward students coming to school. I think it should be countywide. But we need to do something. I mean, we're not the only schools that are dealing with this issue.
No, we're not. But then again, you know.
We do have COVID.
Well, we do, but what's important, I think, is where does the documentation tell us in our attendance, right? Because if we're not running those reports and we're not analyzing it to know what, as staff, we need to be doing proactively. I know when we had that one individual that was like targeted, focused on that, she was really working with families, working with, you know, building that rapport and finding out, right, what was keeping the student from coming to school.
Right.
And you know, it's so critical because, I mean, ADA is what we live off of.
Sure.
So it has to, where does it fall on the priority list, you know, as we're looking at what our percentages and how
Right.
can we improve that, right?
Right. I think that we're on the same page. We have had a superintendent's meeting, and it's almost like Trustee Grist came along with me, and she heard some of the ideas shared at that meeting as far as a countywide campaign, because all schools are seeing a trend in lower ADA. So we, I think, are on track to have something spearheaded by the county office in that regard. In regards to having specific staff working with attendance and how do we prioritize that, one staff member that we have that is on, I would say, almost loan from the county, paid for by a grant, is a school social worker housed at Sunny Slope that focuses with student services staff on attendance and truancy and trying to be preventative. And her focus as a school social worker has been the attendance. However, this year, because it's the final year of the grant, I believe, there will be a more comprehensive tasks, daily tasks that she will be completing. Our staff, our office staff, have been trained in the last couple of weeks on A2A, which is the vendor that we use to help send out the truancy letters, the attendance notification letters. So that's a company that we use, and our office staffs, some of them, it was a refresher course, and for some it was brand new information. So we've started that cycle. We have staff that are working diligently with administrators at the county office in regards to SARB, the hearings that take place that focus in on truancy. But I agree, what we have to identify how to prevent the absentee rates that are happening.
When, how many do we know are like anxiety related and, you know,
On the social emotional side.
yeah,
Sure.
that whole pandemic, I'm afraid, related.
And some are just having a hard time getting back into a routine.
Right.
And just the whole piece of regular school and what does that mean, and having to be there every day, and we're talking about the little, so a lot of it too is on the parent, making sure that the kids are coming to school every day and on time, because a child can't drive themselves to school, but you know, so it's that part of working, you know, with each site, because every site I know has their particular, you know, areas that they may focus on that's specific, but I think it's just really digging a little deeper to realize how we can address it site by site, and what support, you know, can we get either from the county or the district office to know. Because it, you know, I don't want it to be a punitive thing. I want it to be like a resource as to here, you know, what is actually happening with your child. Because I know even with migrant, we do call home to find out, right, what's happening with the child. But we make it as a positive thing, because we don't deal with truancy or discipline or anything like that, which it could result in.
Right.
But that's not the messaging that should be coming from certain staff, because we don't have that authority or ability to enforce anything. But we want to work with the family to figure out what is happening and then pass that along to those that can do something about it.
And I think that family and parent engagement and education is key, and that's what you're describing, that aspect of it, which is an aspect that we as a district need to flesh out here. And I think that we have ideas about how to go about that, and how to flesh it out at a level for elementary and for middle school, but it definitely will take an educational aspect for families and parents.
Yeah, it's that whole carrot and stick.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, how do we help, but how do we also enforce
Right.
to get
Who does what?
Yeah,
Right.
and who does what?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
This SARB isn't going to help us.
No. And realistically, it's a change in patterns and behaviors. And what we as a district can do to help promote that would be the next step.
Because anxiety can be crippling.
Sure.
Just absolutely crippling.
All right, one of the next big topics is the facilities needs assessment that we listened to and heard and kind of are beginning to dissect tonight. So one step that has been completed, but we will go through again with the facilities staff and with Erin, is to identify what can be completed in-house. We value the expertise, and we heard from an expert himself that our maintenance staff our facilities staff have done a great job in maintaining what we have. To know that there's 4 of them that have completed tasks that have allowed our schools to stay standing, those really old portables at how many sites that we have, and there's only 4 staff. So that's pretty phenomenal, and I think that they deserve kudos for that. We also have to identify how to invest our current facilities funds to meet the needs of the facilities needs assessment. And with that would come a priority list. How do we prioritize these things? We have to look at and identify the instructional delivery models in correlation to the current facilities. And what that means is there room at a particular school to house potentially, if we ever had to open a preschool, so that our preschool students can have a least restrictive environment in a mainstream setting. We don't have that. We don't have a gen ed preschool that our little ones can be mainstream in. But do we have the facilities for that? Do we have perhaps a smaller school that can absorb an instructional program, for example, in the future? Are we as a district interested in starting a strand of dual immersion at one of our elementaries to meet the needs of families that are not able to get into HDLA because it's such a big program? Things like that. We have to start thinking that way because our facilities are limited. Eventually the enrollment should grow, but in the meantime, what are we doing and what can we do? We also have to continue our work with the contractor for realistic facilities plans. With that, we'll also take conversations as far as what our future instructional delivery models will look like. We're committed to the TK8s at Sierra Vista, Sunny Slope, and Lad Lane. What do we do with the extra space at schools such as Mays or Sunny Slope? I know that the board has had conversations sometimes in public about what do we do with that space. All of those aspects will tie into the facilities master plan. The creation of a superintendent facilities advisory committee to help have these conversations in a smaller setting is key, and I'm excited to be able to start one because this is a process that is going to involve more than just our director of facilities, myself, more than just the contractor. It's going to involve others, folks that are actually in the classrooms, folks that work on the classrooms to maintain them, and so on. So that would be one of the next steps, in my opinion. We also have to manage realistic expectations. We know that at one point we've talked about building multi-purpose rooms. Knowing that was a priority or is a priority of the board, how do we measure that against maintaining the rooftops of our classrooms where instruction is currently happening? So all of that will involve the realistic expectation piece. Is it going to be easy? I think that it'll be a process. I think that it will take, a lot of diplomacy to be able to gather and garner input. We won't be able to please everyone, but we will be able to come with recommendations to the board as far as what we recommend as feasible to be done. We also should commission an updated demographers report, because not only are we looking at the facilities aspect, the instructional models aspect, looking at gathering and the input, but also what do the experts as far as our demographers say will really happen to our enrollment. We have had a demographers report last school year, and it did project a decrease in enrollment this year. But if we get a new one, if we commission a new one, is that going to project now an increase knowing that we have developments coming
That
up.
would fine.
That's right. So I would recommend that as well. And obviously, continued and constant board reports so that you're kept in the loop. And I would say probably almost monthly, if not every other month.
Yeah.
Mhm. Okay, staffing, and there's the lovely HR team. They attended a job fair, I think it was last week and last Thursday, and they were doing the very best to sell the very best, right? You know, to sell the Hollister School District, and they have quite a bit of success as far as obtaining contact information and interest for classified staff, classified subs. I think we got a few certificated subs and so on. There's been a greater push and emphasis on promoting the fact that we need substitute teachers. Our sites have been helping in distributing. We have one principal really standing out there at parent pickup at the end of the day, handing out flyers, and we might guess who that is. But we appreciate every bit of help, and site admin, I know you're watching, thank you. We appreciate it. So we have current vacancies. Some of them are in the specialized fields, for example, occupational therapist. We have SLPs, like always. We have school psychologists, but we also have gen ed positions that we've heard about, and we know that we're working towards meeting the needs in those vacancies.
How many do we have?
I don't remember them off the top, but
Gen ed, including multi-subject and single subject.
All the vacancies, I think.
Well, for teachers, yeah.
Well, I want to know.
Let's see.
8 classroom teachers,
Okay.
at least 1 school psychologist. At least 1, not 2, okay, 2, okay. 2 school social workers.
Mhm.
SLPs, two SLPs.
1 OT and then 1 GC. OT is not school.
But we need an OT too.
Mhm.
And
The-
classified, are we fully staffed there or no?
We're fully staffed except for mental health therapists. We need 2 more and an OT. But otherwise, all of the other vacancies have been filled. Yeah.
That's incredible.
Mhm.
Wow.
So we're making progress. Sometimes the task seems daunting, but I just know that slow and steady, we're making progress. And of course, we would prefer it be faster, but we'll take the candidates as they come.
You know, at the county firm, because I know they put tables out, right?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
At the county fair, sometimes in the building, I know.
In the pavilion?
In the pavilion, Crystal has been, she has her little spot there. I don't know, I don't know if you gotta do that with time or to reserve it.
I think that is RSVP with time. We actually brought that up today. Yeah. Yes. Remember I said the cowgirl outfit?
Hey, man, just tell Crystal to scoot over a little bit, because I know she's probably out there heavily
They're in the
recruiting as
same
well.
circumstance
Yes.
there.
Our substitute assignment clerk is working diligently.
I can imagine, she's
Flat out,
probably
yeah.
just on overload every single day.
Mhm.
But we're getting a decent response for the substitute teacher. So
Oh, that's awesome.
Which is awesome. And then as folks apply, the turnaround time literally is an hour. I know it's late, but I want to quickly say that we had an applicant for SPED with a credential, brand new. As Linda said, the ink on the credential is still wet. She applied, and within an hour, she was contacted. With the next hour, it was, okay, you're in an interview. And so that's the pace that the staff are moving at, and we just appreciate the teamwork as far as the admin that are sitting on the panels, because they're just getting randomly called.
No,
you know,
but you have to, like right now, I think every district, as soon as the application comes in, it's like, okay, you know.
all hands on deck.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So kudos to the
Yes.
teams that are helping
job.
out. We have the interview for the school social worker. coordinator position that has been completed. We had applicants, and that person has been selected. I won't announce it yet because I don't believe that person has signed a contract quite yet, or we're.
Yeah, I talked to that tomorrow.
Okay, perfect. We've also, again, interviewed some teaching positions. The athletics commissioner has been interviewed. That's a stipend position to help us get the middle school sports going. I believe that person has been selected and notified. So yes, we're moving forward with that. And then as we look at the substitute pool and the need for substitutes, one area that we're looking at is how viable are we with our compensation? The high school increased their rate after we did, so they it is like a race, right? It's a race to the top, and they, I believe, are paying more than our $213 amount, which makes an impact for us. A consideration would be to bring at a future board meeting a potential increase to the compensation for the sub rates, but I know that our resources are not infinite, so that would be something that the board would want to consider with more data behind it, in my opinion. That's a sample of a graph that we look at daily. So our substitute needs are recorded in ASOP, Frontline ASOP. The system calls the subs as soon as the absence is created. We have a substitute assignment clerk who works full-time, and her job is really to back up the system. She calls or texts subs directly each morning, trying to get a sub that is interested in coming in, even if it's last minute, to cover the classes. At this point, I think it's really important to give major kudos to our administrators. They're in the classrooms daily. We have district office staff that have been in the classrooms as well, and we really are seeing the fact that it is definitely a team effort to get our classrooms started on a daily basis. Our current rate is that $213 amount, and we may want to consider upgrading it. That bar graph there is a simple bar graph. It doesn't even give the detail. But for example, last Friday, September 23rd, there were 35 absences in connection with the teacher position, with our teachers. The fill rate on Friday, which is good, is 82.4% were filled. The percentage comes when a sub or an on-site staff member can fill a portion of the day, but nonetheless, we still have areas of need every week.
So the unfilled, does that mean, like you were saying, that some of those kids may go into someone else's class if we couldn't find a sub?
It could be that students will be, the roster of students will be separated out into other classrooms, which our contract with the teachers allows that. They get compensated. It could be also that our teachers opt in for subbing on their prep, which our teachers also, that is part of the contract, and there is a compensation piece that goes along with that. Those options are not ideal, but nonetheless, they sometimes help fill the needs. Okay. So our technology, another big topic that we've talked about at length, and we really want to thank the board for your consideration and your questions and your feedback. What this is a bar graph of all the tech data tickets from August 15th to September 15th, so the first month. As you can see, the different colors, we have represented the tech tickets that are received, those that are resolved, those that are unresolved, the averages, and so on. So in that month, there was 1,568 tech tickets that were received for various reasons, and we'll go into some of those reasons. Of those 1,568, 1,372 were resolved, which is major kudos to Brandon and his team. And at some points, it was just Brandon and one teammate. I know that he's very humble and he doesn't talk about it, but for various reasons, he was alone, really. with one other member getting through the first couple of weeks of school. So we appreciate the resilience and the ability to always maintain that positive outlook as he navigated those 1,568 tech tickets. One reason that the tech tickets were high is that this is the first year that our curriculum was available from the get-go, from the start. What that caused is that sometimes, for example, if staff logged in and not their entire roster was present, or they got a new student, those triggered tech tickets. We also had a drastic increase in enrollment, I would say the day or two prior at Sunny Slope, where it caused us to open 2 classrooms because the enrollment went up, I think 40 or 50 in the few days before school started. It was pretty big. So this is the staffing for IT, 1 lead tech support specialist and 2 tech support specialists. Thank you. We were able to bring 1 back. In addition to Brandon and the data person, the SIS specialist. Staff work together to support the 10 physically separated locations. We have over 6,000 devices. With each device, we have parents attached, we have students attached, we have staff attached. So as you can imagine, that grows exponentially, outward. Staff also supports the use of Aries, CalPads, Parent Square, and all digital curriculums across the different content area. So we also are working on the website, and I'm super excited to say that Brandon and our lead tech support specialist will be demoing 5 different website companies tomorrow, I believe it is, in a proactive approach. We're still under contract until the end of the school year, but we really are excited to move away from this platform and move towards a user-friendly one.
I gotta tell you, in fact, I have written a speech right now. I know about the website, so I'm so glad you
So we
brought
got
this
you
up.
covered. We got you covered. You could skip on the speech.
I will.
Our work tickets. So what that involves is the quantity and the time to resolve, and that is affected by whether or not staff can support remotely or if they have to go to the physical site. So that impacts the turnaround time. We also have end user training that we want to provide. IT has a wealth of library of videos in a library that are kind of how-tos, and if you can troubleshoot on your own, those are available and have been available for staff for a few years now. But they also take the opportunity to help staff learn skills along the way if applicable. We also have sometimes that devices malfunction or they're damaged, and then they have to respond accordingly. And sometimes, they're asked to not come into a classroom until a specific time in the day, obviously, to not impact instruction, and so they try to be as receptive as they can to that as well.
How many have we replaced?
We have replaced quite a few, and I'm gonna glance over at Brandon, who might have a.
Well, first replaced, and then maybe you know how many you've repaired.
Yeah, there's probably about like 4,800 modern Chromebooks.
You've replaced?
Yeah, the last 2 years.
Wow. So 4,800.
4,800 in the last 2 years.
That would be, that are modern Chromebooks, or modern student devices.
Out of the 6,000?
Yeah.
So have you started taking inventory as to when they get to know which ones need to be cycled out and replaced with new ones, so that we can have a goal for each year as far as computer replacements?
Yeah, we prioritize 3rd through 8th getting the newer devices because of state testing.
Okay.
They need the newest devices for that.
Right.
And cycling the older ones, the younger grades, but we're trying to change up how exactly that looks.
Okay.
But we do have a plan in.
Good.
So,
and then how many have you had to repair?
A lot.
Thousands, right?
And that can vouch for that because parents are walking into business to pay.
oh.
broken, lost.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're really actually pretty cool about it when they come in.
Yeah, I've been impressed. Yeah.
And
But we do all the repairs in-house, so.
do we have students and parents sign like a contract
Device
so that
agreement, yeah.
so that they know if they lose it or damage it, it's X amount?
Yeah, it lists all the prices out. And we're very fair. We don't charge them based on our labor. We actually charge them less than the parts cost us. So, we're trying to meet them halfway.
Okay, that's great.
So the categories of the different tickets are, fixing a device, classroom or office support, curriculum troubleshooting and access, curriculum rostering. IT does our rostering for us. So if you can imagine, the roster per class, per curriculum is pretty exponentially large. And then account and password support, sometimes.
Is that done by secretarial or?
That's done by IT.
Their secretarial staff or?
Secretarial staff or just staff in general. For example, if tomorrow I come in and I forget my password to log in, I'm going to need IT to help me. I might need them to reset it. So with that, they've adapted kind of what they do to make things work. So they are ensuring that all of the support requires a ticket number because we really want to keep track of how many tickets they are completing, how many tickets are being issued, and so on. We also have really implemented a system where IT works on devices. If a student needs a device, it's left in the office with the student name and ID. It's attached to the student before it leaves the IT office so that there is a record as to who has that Chromebook.
Right.
So all of that takes, time. We have classroom tech visits only for the classroom techs, for the classroom support. We have streamlined the damage, device repair in conjunction with working with the business department and issuing an invoice and so on. This is new, the IT department IVR menu. A parent can call and pick specific options. There's 4 different ones, and the 4 options are device support, area support, general IT support, or non-IT support. So families have the ability to pick one of those in English and in Spanish, and whatever their option that is selected, that will trigger a tech ticket attached to that family. So that's different. IT also doesn't have a secretary. Our secretary retired and we did not backfill. So not only is there a balance there that we're looking for, but this has been a solution and it's working for them so far. I think we just need to keep an eye on it and keep looking at what progress or what the needs are within the department. Then I want to talk about community partnerships. We're fostering them. We're working on them at all levels with all departments, and you might recognize some of these lovely people that really stepped up. Anne and her team have been amazing in regards to housing some of the donations that we get sometimes. I think we have to scooch over, in the warehouse a little bit, some of the boxes, but we were able to have school supplies donated to all of the community schools by the Watsonville Target. And how we got picked, it was random, and we appreciate Watsonville looking out for Hollister School District, but this is that effort, and it was teamwork by all of us. As you can see, some of us cabinet members beelined it over there just in excitement. We took a little bit of a reprieve from the work that we do just to go and be happy.
Like one of the hottest days of the year.
It was, I think, over 100 degrees, but we were having fun in that sweltering heat in the warehouse. And it's all worth it when you know that they reach the students and the staff.
Exciting.
So we're really thankful for that.
Wow.
Some other updates are that our middle school athletics are in progress. We're very excited for that because we know that athletics will provide a safe and engaging after-school program for our students. Our coaches will now be selected through the interview process after the coaches are posted and the seasons are selected. The key there was to hire the athletic commissioner, and that has taken place. So now the athletic commissioner will move forward with implementing all the different timelines for the sports seasons. We also will be looking at the equipment, what equipment is needed, and so on. We also have an update for the social emotional team. Our plan continues to progress. We have interviewed already for the coordinator position, and that person has been selected. We also have candidate interest in a school social worker position. And so that's, very promising. And that would be an outside candidate, an external person, not tied to the layoff. We also have, at the school sites, having been at the school sites, we have the partnership with the county mental health. Their case managers are on our sites once a week. I was able to interact with some at one of our TK8 schools, and at that particular school, the case manager for social work comes out on Thursdays. So that's an additional support that the county mental health is offering through their partnership and work with our assistant superintendent.
So when we finally get our coordinator for our SEL team together, when do you see the interns being started from San Jose State?
So that would be dependent on their availability. We have already started communicating with different universities to let them know that we would have somebody capable on staff to supervise the interns based on the requirements of that particular credential and hours for service.
Okay.
But once that person starts, they are the key contact, right, for the different universities, whether they're local or online universities for interns.
Okay.
So we're moving forward with that. I also want to thank our library media specialists and our ed services department. We had our Williams walkthroughs at our sites. It was quite a process, and we had 0 findings, which is amazing coming off a year of COVID. And the LMSs do a phenomenal job coordinating the curriculum, working with ed services, trading books, making sure that the site has the books and or Chromebooks, IT. Comes into play in that sense as well. So 0 findings for a district our size is pretty phenomenal.
No.
The San Benito Arts Council.
The San Benito Arts Council, thank you. So they are up and going. Last week, or was it this week? It's all blending together. I was able to see a art lesson in progress at one of our TK8s, and our students are benefiting from having an additional adult on campus while learning art and having the use of their hands, having the use of their fingers, something tactile. So what we've heard from staff and sites is a big thank you. A big thank you for bringing the arts programs back to our schools. So just wanted to make sure that I mentioned that. So we have updates. We have our conditional approval of our school budget, our district budget. We have pending feedback on the LCAP. We're waiting for that, and we will keep the board posted as soon as we receive that. We will continue building our partnerships with our community. We're very encouraged by the fact that after the Watsonville Target donated items, the Hollister's Target stepped up and donated to 1 school site or 2, and we appreciate that. It's a little drop in the bucket, but all those little drops add up to making a difference. We also will have a celebration on October 27th at R.O. Hardin. It's a county-wide celebration put on by the County Office of Education in regards to Footsteps to Brilliance, and they will be honoring some of our students, and the contact information and the RSVP is right on the screen. I could RSVP for you if you would like to attend October 27th at 2 p.m. And some of our students will be honored at that celebration. September, I feel like September has been a long month and we've gotten a lot of things done. One thing that I do want to mention before I close out for tonight is our parent-family engagement is in full swing. This picture here is from our Capturing Kids' Hearts training for our families. Our assistant superintendent and myself attended 2 separate sessions to support the 2 separate sessions that were available. And they were both successful, and my recommendation to staff and to the board would be that we would have Capturing Kids' Hearts training again at 2 different schools to spread the wealth. We also had a community outreach meeting at HDLA on the 13th with the board and staff. We had on September 20th a Community Solutions social media workshop at Lad Lane. I was able to attend this, and our Lad Lane handouts, so that was very positive. With that, the next Community Solutions social media workshop will be at Mays, and it's going to be district-wide. That's coming up, I believe, next week. I forgot the date, but I can get that to you.
I think it's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow, thank you. That's right, because it's almost the end of September. Then our Capturing Kids' Hearts took place September 22nd, and it was phenomenal. So lots of opportunities for our parents to engage. We're also promoting the promotion of Help Now, which is a California program available to anyone who's interested on behalf of county libraries. There's tutoring available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I tried it, and it is legitimate. It actually works. There's Spanish tutoring available from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. And then there's different languages also available. English is available the 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If folks are interested, they must contact that email or log into the website, and or if they log into the county library, whatever county they live in, they can access it. You create a user and username and password, and you are contacted. So it's pretty comprehensive. It goes all the way up to senior. What is it? K-12 or TK-12? We've sent this out a couple of times to our families. We've posted it on social media. So we're hoping that it's successful for the state of California. And I want to thank, in my last few moments with the mic, all our staff, because it is, a time of year where we are at the point that we're going to enter a very long month of October. There are no days off in October on the calendar, but our staff are doing a phenomenal job in providing a very positive and welcoming environment to our students. Everyone from our classified staff to our certificated staff to our admin are all working together, and everybody makes a difference. And I think that that's very important to take note of tonight, that people come and go, administrators come and go, superintendents come and go, but the team that is here and that is core is absolutely essential, and everybody makes a difference. And I just want to make sure that we're able to say that tonight. We have an awesome team of employees at the Hollister School District, and I'm very proud to be the superintendent here, and I appreciate everything that they do. So questions?
I think it was a good report, and I just want to know when my visits can start up again.
Wow.
Because I have, for my board report, I've been to RSS, Sunny Slope, Harl Harding, Calaveras, AAA, Lad Lane, and I have not finished. And and anybody can come with me, but I need to finish, because as Erica just left off, I mean, I will say, first and foremost, the kids are just, it was hard for me, because it just showed me how much I miss teaching and miss being with the kids. And it's just fun being around her. But I saw incredible just incredible teachers, incredible children. The schools look great. You know, incredible work by our custodians and by Aaron's staff, and I mean, just everything looks good. The teachers' rooms, I mean, just really, really nice, really nice. And I just can't wait. That's what I put. I can't wait to finish my tour! Exclamation point. So that's my board member report, because, you know, when I have more to do. So I encourage you to make your appointments, because she gets you into stuff that you can't get into. And then I have really good conversations with the principals, and I put her on the spot.
Thank you.
I do. So, yeah, I just, I've really enjoyed my visits. Really, really enjoyed my visits. So I encourage other board members, and so I have some other places to go, Missy. So that's my board member report.
I don't have anything.
Well, I was able to go to 2 back-to-school nights. Lad Lane, they had a tiered system, which was pretty good. And also Arl Hardin, it was really great. They had some tables set up there. Manny was there helping with tech. He was helping parents. They had their book fair open. It was really busy. I hope they did well. It was really interesting. It was on one of those hot days. They had misters going. It's very, very welcoming there. I also had a board outreach with Superintendent Sanchez and President DeLuna, and hopefully HDLA got this information, because that's one of the things they were requesting there for help with Spanish. So hopefully that this works well for them. And I do love visiting the schools. And it's good, you know, you get to talk to a lot of people, and I do want to make sure that when we do visit the schools, that everyone understands that when they, you know, speak with us, we are one finger on the 5 hand. So we only speak for ourselves. We don't speak for other board members, and I think that's important for everyone to know. So.
Great. Well, this morning, I had an appointment with our CSBA PACER, and PACER stands for Public Affairs and Community Engagement Representative. Carla was supposed to be able to join me, but something came up at work. Her name is Rachel Bickert, and we had a really good talk. And she was basically just sort of orienting me so that I could orient you guys about the different things that she can help us with, anywhere from coordinating meetings with our electeds, like Assemblymember Rivas or Caballero and things like that, and for advocacy. There's she's also able to point me, and therefore us, to the different sorts of trainings that we can do through CSBA, and also in Gamut to get us, I asked her about a data dump from like 2018 to now of all the policy that we may need to update. And because she mentioned some districts have to declare policy bankruptcy and start over, and then get all the ones that are updated today and do that. Yeah, so anyway, it was only a half an hour meeting. It was mostly just her able to give me some background. She's sending a follow-up email with some attachments that I will gladly share with our superintendent, who can share with you. And basically, it's up to us when to kind of contact her again and what for. But I just wanted to make that connection because they brought it up in the MIG training, and I just thought, if we're paying for the association of that, let's take advantage of every part of it, and that we can do that. So anyway, I'll share information with Erica, who can share it with the rest of the board. I would like to start site visits too. I'll get in contact with you. And then also, I would also, if possible, like to do maybe the inclusion walk one at least next week. So should I reach out to Dr. Myers?
We can coordinate that. I can work with you on that.
Okay, great. And I can do Mondays and Fridays.
Okay.
But anyway, that's all I have.
Awesome.
Okay, so now we're on future agenda items.
Oh, yes, thank you.
So I'm gonna can my thing on website, and I'm really glad that that's going to town. I would, and I assume from what I heard tonight that we will be getting sometime, maybe by November, some kind of a dollar amount, Beth, on facilities, and, or should I say December, or when would be a realistic time that we could hear something about money and facilities, like how much money we have, or? Oh, well, before we didn't. So, I mean, do you think that in October we could get a report about where our budget is for facilities and have we heard from this? I know the state hasn't released anything, but any idea about when the state thinks they're going to release any money, or?
All that information ready.
Sweet.
Oh, then we would like to have an October report, please. Would that be fine?
Wait, this way first!
Five with the 5 fingers. Okay, we got 5 fingers over here.
Later.
Okay, so yes, we'd like that in October, please. Okay. That's all I have. That's my biggie. You have a future agenda?
State test results.
Okay.
If we have them.
Would you like a report, or would you like them shared with you, like in an update?
I know in the past we've always done
A report?
presentation,
Okay.
only so that the community can kind of
Sure.
see everybody's great efforts. You know, I mean, that's what we are compared.
Yeah, but they're trying to, what I've been reading is and I might be wrong, Dr. Myers, but aren't they trying to put them against, they're trying to figure out like absenteeism, suspensions, help me out, what else?
Yeah, they're
indicators.
still creating the dashboard, trying
Right.
to get
Oh, yeah.
valuable information.
Yeah.
But we have some core academic performance that we can give to you, and we do have our data from last year as far as absenteeism and suspension and that sort of thing.
But they're embargoed from the public, right?
Yes, but we can share for information, we can share some information with you.
Some, yeah, it's not fully,
That's what I thought I read.
yeah, it's
Okay.
not fully released,
Or something.
yeah.
It's not really a future agenda item, but I'd like to see more students in here. Maybe for the flag salute to help us. Maybe some of the,
Good idea.
I don't know, the student body presidents, or you know, however that it works to be here.
I love that.
We can work on it.
It actually reminded me to ask a question at our board workshop that we're gonna have Friday and Saturday. Do we have an update on that at all?
We do.
Okay, awesome.
I'll send that to you tonight.
Okay, great. Yeah, I don't have any other future agenda items.
Okay, well, then I have where it says announcements and reminders. Do we have anything about our going to San Diego? Is that confirmed?
CSBA, you mean?
Yeah.
Or in December?
AEC?
No, the
we
CSBA.
The board conferences that
Yeah,
are
it's
posted
San
in
Diego.
San
Are we
Diego
going to
this
that?
So I can follow up with the board. I know that there is interest in attending.
I thought we had said we wanted, no?
I don't remember.
I
I can
think,
share the information with you, and then you each can let me know separately if you'd like to attend.
Or
Yeah.
we discuss it on Friday?
Yeah.
I think that what happened was that we didn't go last year and
Yeah, I
it
thought the
was-
consensus is that we wanted to go, but no?
During COVID, I think it was still
right.
that.
Yeah.
Okay, let's discuss it on Friday. Can we
Okay.
do that?
Sure, I could bring the information for the conference, and then
We can discuss it on Friday. That
I know
sounds
there's
like-
interest, and we can take a look at it.
Because we can also do it online, but I think
I don't think.
I don't think so this year. It's in person only that I saw was the deal.
Okay.
I'll bring that info.
Already, any other reminders or announcements?
Make a motion, we adjourn.
Are you, boy, you're motivated. Okay. Can I get a second?
I second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we adjourn at 9:30. Thank you, everyone.